everybody will start with pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
God, we thank you for the opportunity to get together to the county's business today. Pray, Father, that you will move this meeting, guide Fisher, give wisdom and insight. We ask that you watch over our employees and protect them as they serve the county. Pray in Jesus' name.
Good morning, everybody. I'll make a motion that we approve the meeting minutes from last week.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Make a motion, we approve the claims. There's two of them, and one in the amount of $626,016.50. And then one for $14,850.
I'll second that motion.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and just for starters today, next week, Christmas is Monday, so we're off that day. So I need a motion to reschedule the regular meeting to Tuesday, December 26th.
I move that we reschedule the December 25th regular meeting to Tuesday, December 26th.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
I don't know why. David, you got anything else?
I've actually got several things today. I don't know when you want to get into all of them, but one thing I know I had mentioned before is we were looking at a different audit firm for next year, and we've got a contract from Rodney Burns in Chanute, and his contract it's $17,200 plus direct cost, which would be mileage and meals and things if they're on site. And then there another $3,000 for a single audit, federal audit if needed, which probably will. So we're looking at around $20,000. That's a little higher than what the original estimate was on the one we did last year. However, they ended up billing us way more than that by the time they got done, and they took months to get the results back. He tells me he will be here. It's going to be later in the year before he can do it, but he says he will have results in 2 weeks when he's here. So Janet and I have looked into this and would like to go with him. So if that is okay with you guys, I just need a motion for the chair to sign this audit engagement letter.
Does he do some other counties around?
Yeah, he's doing several around, and Janet's talked to treasurers and some others, and they were real happy with him.
You guys got anything on it?
Nope.
Good with that.
I make a motion that we enter into an audit agreement with Rodney Burns and allow Danny to sign as the chair.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I think it's the back page on that, Danny's where the signature is. I have quite a few requests for transfers and purchase orders for the end of the year. I've got time scheduled for that at the end of the meeting. I think that's probably all I have that I really need to get into right now. But it looks like it's a full day today, a full meeting. We got a lot going on, so.
All right. Fire or Sean, you're pointing something?
No, I was just going to echo what David was saying about the full day because we've got people coming in. Taking the opportunity to order some food for my staff coming in. And if you'd like me to order more pizzas or anything, because we're going to be here for a while, we'll set those up in the back room if you care to have me order some for you.
I don't need anything.
I
I'll just bump the order by a couple, and that way, if you run long and need to eat, we'll have it all there in the back room.
Thank you. I'm very hungry.
Payroll sheets.
Randy?
Morning, Commissioners. Randy Higwald, Linn County Emergency Preparedness and Fire. I sent out the weekly totals. We had 9 incidents this week. Brings our yearly total up to 437. The only other thing I have is after the first year, Emergency Preparedness has scheduled a public, it's an online cyber security training. We got a guy coming in from the metro area, a detective, that's going to give a talk on keeping your personal information safe and all that. It'll be a free talk. We have 2 of them scheduled. One will be in Mound City and the other will be in Lacine. So we get those flyers printed up when it goes out. That's all I have today.
Have you found anything out about the fire extinguishers?
Yeah, we're working on those. We were waiting until the new codes come out so we could get certified to the newest codes. This was a code year and I didn't realize that when we started. So we'll be taking those right after first year. I wanted to try to get them done in December, but they wouldn't switch the testing until next year. So.
All right. You guys, anything else for him?
Nope. Thank you, Randy.
All right, thank you.
Any more?
Good morning, gentlemen. Virgil Swanson with AMR. I left you a copy of our report. Looks like we had 22 call outs and 11 transports last week. I know we had 3 last night, so that number's a little higher. Went ahead and printed off the year-to-date numbers for you in case you were interested. And other than that, I don't have any reports from AMR.
Have you guys got over on Galen's position? You guys filled that yet?
They're doing the interviews right now. I know they're in the second round of interviews this week. I'm not sure when they'll do the final round, or they had said something like shortly after the first year. What they were believing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Virgil.
If I could, just on a personal note, I'll step away from the AMR side and just tell you guys just a personal thank you for Linn County and especially to Kevin, friend in the Sheriff's Department, and all the work they did last week. We had an incident at our station last week and all the help they did for me, but I was absolutely humbled and amazed at the response from the community itself with the number of people that offered to loan me a vehicle and or take me home and stuff after that event, because my vehicle was stolen last week. But I appreciate all the help in the county, and I just want to bring that up today. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Virgil.
Chris?
Good morning, Chris Martin, Linn County IT Director. Coming back after you had asked me to get some information regarding that notification platform. I did reach out to a few different counties. One of them, I did reach out to Miami County because we talked about them, but they didn't call me back. So I left a message, but I think they were busy. I also reached out to the company. They couldn't give me direct numbers. I think it was a privacy thing of how many were set up. But they did mention that what a lot of counties are doing is importing data as well. So you can pull in data from utilities as a government for those kinds of notifications, water, electric, those kinds of things. So they didn't want to say, hey, this is how many people signed up in some counties, when those counties actually imported data as well as had people sign up. One of the counties I talked to said that they did have people sign up. They were using it mostly for emergency notifications, but they felt like they had around 70 to 75% of their county, small county, but still had signed up and was using the platform for notifications, and they liked it a lot. They really liked it. Some of the other counties, and I kind of forgot to mention this last week, another benefit to it is we can use it internally. So if you want to send out notifications to our staff, especially considering, let's take volunteer fire, possibly some of our public works staff, like the truck drivers and those, that we don't do email with them. So they just have their personal phone or something. They could opt into receiving notifications from, HR or something regarding the Christmas party, those kind of things. Again, not the point of the system, but is kind of a fringe benefit to having that. So it works for public and internal use at the same time.
Okay.
I've had some questions from some individuals, and one of them was, can we simultaneously send notices out via text, email, the Linn County webpage, Facebook or Instagram or Twitter with this? I mean,
So this doesn't, that I'm aware of, doesn't interface with social media. That would be two steps. Somebody would do social media. This does do text messaging and email simultaneously. There is, again, I talked about the option of having it do phone calls as well. That's an additional cost, to have it call like a landline and, a computer voice talks to the person. But yeah, it does do texting and email simultaneously. So you can have multiple email addresses, you can have multiple phone numbers attached to account notifications.
and then another one was, will it be effective tool without the app? There were some people
Yeah.
tried to get on the app and they said they had trouble getting on.
So as far as I'm aware, yeah, absolutely. The app is not at all required.
Okay.
The benefit to the app, from what I seen in the demonstration, was it was a little bit simpler to sign up or disenroll from notifications if you decide you don't want to receive something. The other thing the app does is allows you to receive notifications if you choose to do this based on your location. So, I don't know that that's going to be a big thing for us, but if you were in the city of Mound City and there was a boil order and you happen to be in Mound City, your phone is in Mound City, it would notify you even though you're from Lacing because it's geographic.
And there another one, did you check on constant contact? Have you heard?
Yeah, so again, those are email marketing solutions. Those are not notification solutions. So we looked into those. There's MailChimp, there's a bunch, but those are for marketing specifically targeted. And what we're looking for is notification and getting, that information out there through a notification platform.
So is it connected to our county webpage, or how's it?
It will be, yes.
So do we have to have somebody that's gonna update that every single day, or how's that,
Update.
the county page, like with
No.
information?
No, so I guess if you're asking, does it put the notification on the county webpage? No. I do not, you can click in there and look at it, but again, it's sending these notifications out for people to get that information from there. We would also then, like we do currently, if they ask to put a notice on the website, we put that on the website, or David's office will put it on Facebook.
Now, who will be in charge of this to make sure it gets put on, I guess? Information we want, just how many people will be.
We'll have to set up a policy and assign people correctly.
Yep.
Right?
Didn't you say that each department could have access to put stuff on for their department?
That's right.
So there'll need to be a policy.
Yeah, however you want to structure it, we should be able to do.
So we would set up a committee of people that have access and something along those lines, I guess is how I view it.
So we just reach out and ask each department of who they want, who would be willing to do it, or before we appoint somebody, if we have somebody. that's do it.
Yeah.
Sounds difficult. How do we get people to, make sure they do it?
How much are we saving if we do it now versus give us self 30 days or 60 days to look at it?
Roughly $1,500.
1,500.
What was the total cost again?
$4,200.
Basically, wouldn't you just say that the department head or whoever the department head appoints in the department to do it would be responsible for doing it for that department, and then David would do it for the entire county, something like that?
Yeah.
David, how do you feel
Be a
about that?
simple way to approach it.
That's, we'll figure it out.
Will it be something we do weekly, or what will we, just make sure it gets done weekly, or?
Well, I mean, I don't know what all we're gonna need on it at this point, but
Well, it depends on, Commissioner, what your notifications are, I would say. So again, you can schedule them in advance. So let's say you were going to set up notifications for commission meetings. Well, once you guys approve those commission meetings at the beginning of the year, we would go in and put that on the calendar for notification. That might be 24 hours in advance, it might be 1 hour in advance, whatever is decided, or both, right? So as far as putting stuff out there, it would depend upon when a meeting took place, when information became available. If we're going to put out a notification of when the agenda gets updated or something, and that needs to be a little bit specified, because agenda being updated, like for you guys, is different than being published for the public, right? But once it's made available to the public, we could have that trigger, or again, if there's a deadline that says every Friday at noon, making that up, we can send that out and, hey, reminder, the agenda has been published.
Or like our planning and zoning meetings. that
Exactly.
Previous,
Yep.
before the meeting and then after what was decided.
Yep. Yeah, and so the notification is that this event is going to take place, or this event did, such as on the planning and zoning, maybe planning and zoning minutes have been updated or something. If you feel like that's valuable.
It's not going to be sending out the minutes
No.
via this platform.
No, you're not going to get a text message that's 4 or 5 text pages long. It's basically, hey, these minutes have been updated, and give you a link that you can click on to go to there.
Who updates the webpage right now? Is it you?
Yep,
Is that
it's
a,
mostly Nick.
is that a task for you?
It can be. It just depends. If depends on what they're asking to be updated. Just to post a notice, or David would have something with like election stuff. I get things from planning and zoning. I get all kinds. They submit a support ticket, and we post it on there. Especially if it's on the front page, we like to put a logo or a photo.
things like the minutes and the agenda, he's got set up so that when I put it in your SharePoint file, it picks it up from there and puts it on the website
Right.
too.
So they don't have like a managing team that can do this stuff for us do they have a package like that?
They don't. No, I really, Commissioner, don't think it's that complicated. I really don't. It's just,
Well, and so if we send it off to somebody else, are they going to truly understand what we're
I just want to
trying to accomplish?
be that we truly utilize to the fullest is all I want.
Okay.
And I don't want to put any more on you and anybody else involved, you know what I mean?
I understand that too.
and we would certainly work to integrate it as best we could with our existing processes. If I can
So-
automate when David does the minutes or does the agenda to this notification, we will. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, if I can, I'm not saying I can, but once you get beyond the first initial piece, there are programming interfaces that are available with most of these platforms. And, I may be able to work with them and have it where when Darren puts on the planning and zoning calendar a meeting, it then creates a notification again that, 24 hours in advance or immediately. These things can go out immediately. I think though that the usefulness of the notification system is your focus, and I see that, is the meetings and the minutes and the agendas and those things. But it can also be a larger benefit even to somebody like planning and zoning with that geographic notification for a larger area, with the polling option, with the internal employee options, to be able to communicate that information and get that feedback back if you want to. From a technical standpoint, the nice part is you also know that somebody got it. What I mean by that is, again, it reports that it was delivered and that it was viewed. So if it was delivered but they never viewed it, that's not helpful to us. But we know that the phone number, the email address is right. But if it never got delivered, now we know, hey, that's not good. We don't want our list getting just full of old bad information that people, and it's just not doing anybody any good. So we can actually track the effectiveness of this as opposed to more of a marketing platform or just a simple email address. They're just not going to be beneficial.
What I was going to ask is, so if we went with this, we could change next year, the following year, if we didn't like how this one was running or operating. We're only locked in for a 1-year contract with an option for a second year.
Yes, that's correct.
Is the price locked in for the second?
Yeah, it says, so if I'm reading this correctly, the first year is actually 4,155. The second year is 4,200. And what they have is, they can go up 5% each year. And if we want to cancel, so it auto renews every year. If we just give them 60 days notice, if we do not want to renew.
I almost feel like it's something we need to try to get started on and moving forward with and see how we like it. I don't think it's going to be perfect by any imagination, and our policy and process is probably going to have to change some over time to make it what we want it to be.
Yeah, I mean, where I'm at, I just don't want to put any more on you guys, because I know, I mean, yeah, I know you guys are already spread thin, so that's why I was asking about the management part of it, or whatever you want to call it. Was it?
I'm kind of like Jason, it's a step in the right direction. I don't know if it's perfect or not, but if it's, we try it a year and see, I guess it's up.
And it's a year-to-year contract.
Yes, sir.
So our next step would be to, approve this and do it, and then do a policy. Or are we gonna do a policy on it, or how would we do that? We'd have to work closely with you on how we should do this.
I mean, to be honest, I can help you as far as like how you want to structure, who can post them or when or what. Like if there's a specific guideline, I'm happy to do whatever. If the policy is every meeting is noticed 24 hours in advance or something like that, I can certainly work towards that. I can make that happen.
So would you want to come back in if we approve this, come back in and we all do a special meeting at the end of the meeting and go over it? And
If that's what you like, sure,
You
absolutely.
guys want to do that?
I think that would be good.
That's a pretty good idea, what Gary said, though, just make each department head responsible for one person, whoever it is.
So, but I mean, I would think when we're creating the policy, we would want those people in here with us, helping direct us and giving ideas and things that way, right? Not just Chris, and that's why I think the workshop idea, Danny's a good one.
Whoever's gonna make these postings has to be trained to do it.
Yeah,
And you're gonna have a lot more success if you train them all together rather than go to each department and train them. So there's your occasion maybe to do
So
that.
if we approve this, how long until we can get going on it? I mean,
he gave an implementation time, which I think is a standard time frame. To be honest, I think it would be, it's really just them setting up their side because we're not importing anything. Probably looking at 4 weeks. I would say at the high end.
Okay.
Yeah, they say 4 to 6 weeks, but where we're not pulling in data from utilities or anything right now, I don't see that high number being where we would be.
What was the name of the company again?
Civic Plus.
I'll make a motion that we enter into the contract with Civic Plus and develop our policy with a committee to run it.
so I'll second. Motion been moved, second. Any more discussion? Would you be in favor of coming in like the end of January? Would that give you time to go over everything?
I think so. I think that because that should give me time to, if we sign off with this, let them get their balls rolling after the first of the year, I'm sure is when they would kick this off. And, there'll be a little bit of online training available. We can go through that with multiple individuals as well.
So we need to have each department head decide who's
Thinking about,
gonna
yeah.
come into this meeting, right?
Yeah, I think you'd want department head there and whoever is gonna do the work in the department if it's not them.
Right. That sounds reasonable.
Would you be willing to send an email out to all department heads and everything, and let them know kind of that, and maybe try to organize something for the end of January?
Yes.
You said it was 4155 for the first year, and then
Yeah, it says total investment initial term, $4,155.
All right. All right, we had a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Who was the second on that?
Danny was.
Okay.
Thanks for all the work you did on
Yeah,
this.
thank you.
Chris.
And I'll be here as well for discussion Darren's going to have. So if there's any further questions, I'll be available.
Thank you.
So you got the sheriff's numbers there somewhere?
All right, sheriff's report, total prisoners, 59, 8 released this past week. Total farmed out, we have 1, total farmed in, 39, 67 911 calls, 4,451 jail contacts, 514 calls for service. There was 21 civil service papers served, 5 bin inspections, 12 cases were open, 11 cases were closed, 7 vehicle crashes, 90 SRO activities, 153 bailiff contacts, and there's 9 livestock out. Currently daily income for housing or for jail housing, $3,022. November's numbers for income before. Grand total bill for 2023 is $984,702.51. We were projecting the first
500.
500.
We only had 500 in the budget, which we thought we would beat at the time, but we
That
wanted to
number's
be
just for
conservative.
November. That's November, 99,000.
All right. Looks like we have, who's up? Darren? You up?
Good morning, Commissioners. Darren Wilson, Linn County Planning and Zoning Director. I'd sent you some information for permitting software. I'd been looking at looking at a couple starting early fall, and I held off bringing it to you because we had a late demo with Chris from the Civic Plus that done the notification. After reviewing the 2 demos, Cloud Permit offers the best option. What it does is I've been looking to resolve some issues with permitting, because right now we've got building permits, sanitation permits, inspections, and it's spread out over a bunch of different Excel spreadsheets. And this software brings it all in together, and you can search it by parcel ID. So if you wanted to, somebody applied for a building permit and you pulled up that parcel ID, it tells you if it has a conditional use permit, if it's had a codes violation, sanitation, it just pulls everything together. It also offers multiple users. So somebody fills out a building permit and it comes in and we approve it. It'll be sent out to all the departments that are involved with that, like the appraisers. If it needs an entrance. The thing that I like most about it is it gives you notification when the permits are expiring. Right now, it's just a matter of setting everything up on a calendar, and that's building permit, sanitation permit, conditional use permits. And that was one of the big issues when I started this job was things expiring with no notifications of, hey, we've got a building permit out there that's expired and they haven't done anything with it, or a conditional use permit that's been expired for however long and they're still operating and haven't come back in for to be reapproved for what they're doing. The price on that is, it's for 3 years. It's $8,500 a year. And the first year there's an implementation fee of $3,000. So the first year would be $11,500. Spoke with Chris. Obviously, he sat in on the demonstration of it, and he said it works great with our system, that he's in favor of it also.
So on our system that we have now, are you able to go in the on the webpage and click on something and fill out a permit and then it submits it to you, or does it have to be paper?
So it has to be paper now, so they
Is that
can
like
go,
a rule or a law, or is that something, just how we do it?
no, that's just the way it's always been done. So you can go pull applications off of our website, but the applicant either has to email it to me or bring it in person.
Is there a way that we can, I mean, would you want to do that online? Would that be easier for everybody involved?
This would be set up
This would
online.
do that?
Yeah, this does everything online. I mean, we would still be able to accept permits, people walking in, but this really makes things convenient for the public.
What are we paying for what we're using now?
Nothing.
What do we pay him?
Yeah. So, I mean, it would cut down.
You have budget dollars to cover this?
So that's one problem. We use my budget money this year to pay Mr. Kaup for the zoning regulations. I've spoke with Jessica about maybe ARPA money. She's waiting on a answer back. And I've also spoke with David about where we could find the funds for this.
Yeah, and we've got money in contingency and where we could come up with it if we need to.
I know that we asked Darren when he took this job to help us rebuild this program the way it needed to, so I don't, I didn't. But anything, but
While you're considering this, I did want to make mention that as a side note to this, when we discussed burial permits, and the bore permits needing, checked afterwards, how long they're open, and your, dump fee waivers can all be a part of the permitting and all be added to this to be checked on so that at the end of those cycles. So this would affect more than just one department. All these permits could be added into this system as well.
right now you said you just do that off of the calendar? You put,
Yeah.
that'd be screwed.
Yeah, and they can go online and ask for inspections that will come directly to me. They don't have to call. The inspections can be set up in advance. And it also has a app. So like when I go out and do an inspection, I can fill out the inspection stuff right there through the app and it links to the deal and everything's filled out. So I don't have to go out and do the inspection, come back in and do a bunch of paperwork. It's all done internally in this software.
So who's going to implement all of your hard copy paper stuff into the system? You?
So we would, hopefully, I would have to take the permits that are still open and add to this. So yeah, there would be some time to do that. But starting at the first of the year, I think it's just a good time to start this if you approve it.
I think it's a good idea. I think it kind of falls in the of redoing our policy to make sure everything's correct on it through our price. I mean, should we redo our prices? I mean, we look at our prices adjustment on everything too?
We just raised the prices at the first of the year and they're running, so if you take other counties, we're kind of in between counties right now, like Miami County's prices are what they are. But if you take like, Anderson County, we're not quite that low. We're kind of in the middle of everything.
Chris, do you have anything to say on it?
Like I say, Darren, he looked at multiple products and this one by far I felt was the best option. It just also happened to be the most cost effective as well. But yeah, it would go on our webpage. Citizens could go there and fill this out. One thing I really liked about it though is it will allow a person to start an application. They don't necessarily have to finish it. They can come back and complete it. And that could be a contractor or a homeowner. But things like a drawing, it requires that you submit a drawing online. This isn't something that when it makes it through to Darren, then he has to basically review that all those boxes were checked. The computer already did all that for him. So once he's receiving the packet, the individual knows they've already submitted everything they should have. So I really think it's going to streamline a lot. And covers three different areas: the code enforcement, the planning and zoning, and the building permitting. So as in the code enforcement side, you know, if Darren went out and took photos and took notes and things with his phone, he now is going to have that, and that information can be made available to the county counselor if they had a code enforcement action, similar to the way, like, I don't want to say it's law enforcement, but in that light, you know, he can now also show what the history was moving through a case.
I think Harrisonville, Missouri has something like that. I had to fill out kind of the same thing. So is there they raise the price each year for the software, or how, I mean, is there extra cost every year?
So this price is good for 3 years at the 8,500, except the first year for the implementation. I would assume that the prices would go up just like everything else after 3 years. They did give me the option, that if we sign this year, this price is good, we wouldn't have to pay until January. And he also threw out that if we did it January 1st, that he would honor this price, but we'd have to do it January 1st.
You guys got anything on it? Any thoughts? Jim?
What would it take us to build a program like this, Chris, if we built something like it for ourselves?
A lot of time and investment. It really would. Of course, this is what these people do 24 hours a day. So, you know, anything that I could come up with certainly wouldn't be as robust as this. And I think we would end up with long-term way more cost in the upfront development of such a thing. And then these people support it, you know, it's posted, it's taken care of on that side. I've reviewed their contract as well, even on a technical side. We get the backups of our data a couple times a year, so I'm not as concerned as I have been in the past with, you know, what happens in next year, 3 years, you decide you're doing something else or you don't want to use it. What happens to our data? We still have it. So I feel real comfortable with that. But yeah, to develop something like this as well as they have, we wouldn't be able to do that.
And this will take a lot of things off your hands, Darren. I mean, it'll help, I mean, not take it off your hands, but it'll help you out a lot.
Well, it would streamline more, being able to have the capability of looking at one parcel of land and seeing everything going on with it versus multiple Excel spreadsheets and going through line item by line item, because I can't pull up parcels off of Excel. I've got to go line item. I got to go down the road to find what I'm looking for. And plus, if I had a codes case against somebody and they came in to get a permit, right now, the only way to know that is to go to the other program, look at it, to where I can pull up the parcel ID. If they've got a codes violation, then we can determine if the permit's issued for what they're asking for.
I'm in favor of it.
I am too. I think we asked you to help us organize that department. I know you did a good job, and I know that it's not budgeted, but I don't think you expected it. So I appreciate you going out and doing it, and Chris, all the work you put in. So I'm in favor of it too.
Yeah, in future, I can budget for the cost from here on out.
And it's going to help you with the other scheduling things you were concerned about in the road department too. So.
It was 3,000 on the implementation. Is that right?
Yeah. So is there any other fees that's going to be included in it? Because it says 11,500 this year, right?
Yeah, the first year's 11,500 because that includes the implementation fee of 3,000, and then the second year's 8,500 and the third year's 8,500.
I'd make a motion that we allow Darren to enter into the software program called Cloud Permit for a price of $11,500.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
When do you start?
Thank you, Commissioners. I need 10 minutes of executive session for legal. And as an update, last Wednesday, we had our first workshop with the ad hoc committee. Basically, we just kind of set up how the meetings were going to go and how we were going to structure them. And we're going to start meeting January 3rd at 6:30 on a weekly basis after that.
So what did you guys discuss? Just kind of just laying everything out right now?
Yeah, and kind of overall view of how planning and zoning works with conditional use permits, on how regulations read and stuff that can be added as conditions on different types of conditional use permits.
So January 3rd, your next?
That's correct.
Is there any kind of training for online training for the
There is, and I've looked into it, and I was actually going to bring that to you guys after the first of the year. It's I think it's done through Michigan or Michigan State. It's an online class. It's 10 classes, or 10 sessions, and the price I'll have to look at again before I come back to you. But there is training. It does go through the purpose of a comprehensive plan, the purpose of zoning regulations, ethics, and there's 2 or 3 other ones that it covers.
We're talking about this. What about our other planning and zoning board member? Have you got anybody?
Him and I've got some names. We do need to get on that
Be a good idea to get somebody in before we start this.
before we get deep. Him and I talked about it last week. All right,
If you're gonna start January 3rd, it'd be nice whoever's
Yeah,
fill it to get
Yeah.
in there.
yeah, I'll talk with him, then I'll bring back a name by next week. There's a few different ones. Is that the only one we have? Do we have anybody being removed after the first of the year? Rotating out?
there's I'll have to look at my deal. It's in another
June.
folder, but there's
June, July.
July, I think there's 2 that come due. I think one of those in July is up that can be reappointed, and the other one would have done all of his terms out. Yeah.
Can you let us know on those details so that if we can start doing our duty on our side?
So we got that list, what, 3 weeks ago?
2 or 3 weeks ago, I sent it out. Yeah.
Okay.
It's got the dates or the years that their terms are up. And I think I put on there, I can't remember. I think I put on there where they were at in their terms, if they could be reappointed or
Whether
not.
they're first term or second.
Yeah.
You did.
I did. I thought I did.
You need 10 minutes legal?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren.
Sean, are you in a hurry? You guys want to go ahead and take care of him real quick? So you good with that? I'll make a motion that we go into executive session for 10 minutes with Darren for legal.
I'll second.
Motion to move and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Had no action. Chris, I had spoke with Chris about something before we went in there. Can you come up and speak about it? I know the camera's been asked about, the one back here, a few different times, within the last year. So I talked to Chris about it and he's just gonna kind of give us a little insight on it.
Well, yeah, so I know there's been comment about putting a camera that faces the podium and the audience, and we can absolutely do that. Of course, the policy is set by the commission is that any cameras inside has to be approved by whoever's in charge of that space. So if you guys would like a camera in this room, I need you to approve putting a camera indoors.
How do you guys feel about that?
Now, we're not recording audio on it. We're not even recording it on security cameras. It would just be for the live stream. But the policy is if it's indoors, and I figure the commission room would be under the purview of the commission.
What do you think, Jim?
I'm
Good?
fine with it.
How do you feel about it?
Opinion really either way.
I've had a few people reach out to me about it, so I feel like it's important and we can go back to that video and say, this is the involvement we had, come next time. So I would like to have one. So if we can move forward with it.
Okay. If you're good with that, I'll put one in.
Do we need a motion on that?
I think it'd be good.
Just a motion to allow Chris to proceed with a crowd facing camera in the commission room. That's my motion.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Have you ever watched Bourbon County's meeting?
Uh-uh.
They've got a setup like that and it's a little, in the corner picture. You know what I mean?
Picture.
The main picture is the commissioners, and then in the corner, you can see the crowd. And then if you want to switch it, you can pop on it.
All right, I'll do it. Thanks.
They were a few minutes ahead of where I've got on there. Angela's here. If you want to get to her, she was the next one on the agenda.
How's it going?
Good. How are you guys?
Doing all right. State your name and who you're with, and we'll listen to you. Thank you.
Angela Ragland, and I'm a Linn County landowner. I'm here today to address the Environmental Protection Agency's upcoming rule changes that would negatively impact your county's only small meat processor, the butcher block. January 2025, the EPA, with the help of the USDA, intends to further limit the direct and indirect effluent discharges of nitrogen, phosphorus, and chemicals, referred to as forever chemicals, into wastewater from meat and poultry slaughter and processing facilities. The filtration systems they feel are needed will be at a cost of $250,000 to $500,000, according to the EPA. This cost doesn't include what the maintenance and cleaning will be from there on out, so approximately yearly $75,000 to $100,000. I believe by declaring opposition of their plans, Linn County can help their only small processor stay in business, of which in turn will help every independent meat processor stay in business. We all know that during COVID, there was a shortage of viable protein in the grocery stores. In turn, many of my friends and neighbors in Texas, as I live there, and Kansas depended on their local small meat processor to harvest their animals so they could in turn sell their product to the consumer. At the time, the USDA handed out grants encouraging locals to put in small meat processing plants to aid the food chain. Now, with one hand, the EPA is trying to erase what the USDA has put into place. In turn, losing the only local meat processor in town would jeopardize other small producers in the county from their animals being harvested. The American meat processors are so concerned that they placed an all-U.S. resolution on every state to stop the masses. Every state in America is currently concerned with the EPA sanctions and are utilizing not only their state ag representatives, as well as the Meat Processors of America, State Departments of Agriculture, Kansas Beef Council, Kansas Livestock Association, Texas Department of Agriculture, and Texas Cattle Feeders and Texas Beef Council, and other groups to help with their fight to stay in business. The first step is for county commissioners to declare opposition against the EPA and their plans. Then your state reps can see the concern at the local level and build their plan to stop these sanctions. That's what I've got.
It was talked about there, the commissioner came up at the meeting last week, when I was in Wichita, that owned one of these. he was,
And I had sent you guys a
That's what I was
copy of
looking at.
this resolution
I've
from
got it.
Miami County that Angela gave me 2 or 3 weeks ago for your review. So you've got that on your SharePoint too.
Have you reviewed it at all?
I have. I have no opposition to it, if that's.
So, I mean, there's nothing in there that you feel is,
No, I mean, it's just saying that you're opposed to it and, you know,
that's how I read it as well.
you're not really enacting anything, you're just giving notice of. I think it's, you know, we've done that on other things from time to time.
So we need to prepare a resolution.
Right, I would need to draft a resolution based on this one.
I'm good with that.
I would be in favor of that as well.
We'll do that.
Thank you all.
Thank you,
Thank you for
Angela.
coming in. Sherry here? Yeah, Sherry? Sherry, are you ready?
Good morning, Sherry Loveland, Linn County Park. So I guess I'm here to talk to you about numerous.
Well, and so there's a lot of items talked about last week, and I had talked to you already, but, and it was no attack on you. I had some people thought that I was attacking you. That's not the case. I was just asking questions to educate myself on what we were doing up there. So that's kind of why we brought you in, and, well, just tell us what you got going on and what you'd like to do and
Okay.
where we're at.
Sean has a resolution, I think today, for the price increases at the park. Other than that, you guys had the printouts last week, but I brought extras if you need them. What else do I have? I don't know. I thought you guys might want to see, I highlighted a map of the actual RV and cabin sites so you guys can understand the pricing of the way how it goes. Would you like to see that?
Yes.
Okay.
So, and while you're doing it, could you speak on the pricing? Because I noticed that we were like $15 and $19 a day or something. Everybody else is around 40. And
Yes.
What's your rhyme to your reason for that?
The main issue is you could increase prices more, but like Sean said, we don't want to like gouge people right to begin with and jump straight to 40. We've been kind of raising them over the last 5 years, but some sites have sewer, some do not. Very few have 50 amp compared to the rest of them. So take a lot of money, but the best bet down the road, and we're trying to head that way, I bought 6 new pedestals this year, is to go to all like 50, 30, 20, and then just charge one price across the top, except you still would have to disseminate between the ones with sewer and the ones without, unless you guys want to expand sewage. And I'm not sure, do you know with EPA, Sean, if you can put sewer near the water besides the ones?
It would be us working with KDHE as far as the capacities for the lagoon.
Okay, so this is a little bit confusing, but I created these documents when I started there for the purpose of people coming in to go camping so they could go pick their sites if you want them. Sure. And then, so there's 2 pages, one tells you what's on each site, 2 set of papers. One's the map of the camping site, and I have them highlighted for a reason. And I'll get this up with you.
Thank you, Sherry.
So basically on the map, the ones that are highlighted in kind of an orange-brown color are the only 50 amp sites we have. Or they have an orange square beside them. The ones with the pink highlighted squares are the ones with sewer. There are only 2. The rest of them are either the highlighted ones, brown, that are the 50, or the other ones are just 30 amp. So one's 50 amp, one's 30 amp, and then the only 2 that are 50/30, which somebody could pull in, we charge at the higher rate, the 50 amp site rent, are the 23 and 53. So, and electric loop, which is up at the top by the large shelter house, that is electric only 30 amp, the whole loop. So I guess my only question or suggestion is what we're trying to do. We'll probably put another 50 amp in Horseshoe and one in Lily Pad this year, but they again won't have sewer. So the difference in the prices from 15 to 19 depend on whether electric loop currently is $15 a night because it is electric only and they do not have any water. And then the ones with 30 amp that don't have pink squares on them and aren't highlighted in brown are 30 amp with water and electric. And again, the pink squares represent 50 amp, or not 50 amp, sorry, with sewer.
And like on our park year-to-date report, we don't have any salary or benefits in there other than just contractual.
Contractual for,
There's,
Personal services, is that,
that's the salary. The benefits go to the employee benefits fund, so they're not in there at all.
okay.
we raise enough money to pay all the expenses in the park and our salaries,
Okay.
our costs.
So the salaries are in there.
So, yeah, but just not benefits. Benefits, I think, David, the county pays, correct?
Right.
Okay, that's what I was trying to understand.
That's that way with all departments. The benefits are in separate.
Yeah, but we are the only department. Obviously, we make money, so we pay our own wages, so.
Okay.
Let me ask you this. So there on Marina Lane,
Uh-huh.
I've asked this a few times and it just doesn't make sense to me. That's where we have most of our full times, right?
That is all full-time. And the first 4 on Viewpoint, 102 through 105, that's highlighted in yellow, is also long-term, but they don't have sewer. They tote their own sewer up to the dump site. So they're 16 a day instead of 17 or 19.
And this is my opinion. Tell me if I'm wrong, but I mean, I feel like that Marina Lane should be short-term and it should be wide open, and that's where we should really be trying to make money off. I mean, if I went camping with the RV, I'd want to be next to the marina and the boat docks, right? I mean, do people ever complain about that?
Well,
I mean, could you not-
one person has said that we should open them up, but most people don't say anything. There's only been one person that I know of. Those sites are not like, they're kind of on a big steep hill, and so they are on a cove, and when we aren't in a drought, there is water down there, and they have pumped some in lately. So the cove's pretty full right now, but a lot of times that's just dry below there. So the favorite sites with water are probably the row from on South Main, 45 through, I don't know, somewhere around 56, and then 50, a few of the ones 57 through, those are also favored, 57 through 64 on South Main. And then along Viewpoint at the end of it, which is the one farthest to your right, from about 100, depends on how full that cove is too, but somewhere from around 107 or 8 down to 113's on the water. lily pad, which is the one on the very bottom of the map. It would be the east side, but 5 through 9 are on the water. And so those are actually probably more favored, but for weekend and short-term campers. They really don't, no, they don't really complain about long-term, but I mean, if you're wanting to keep long-term, I don't know where you'd move them except up on the east side of the bathhouse up in North Main where the other sewer is, so. And that's up by the shower house, so a lot of the campers like to, a lot of them don't really, they'd rather not take a shower in a camper, so they go over to the bathhouse and take a shower, the ones that come in on weekends, short-term.
And they're charged the same as just your nightly? Yeah,
With sewer, the same as long-term, yes. If they're a 50 amp, they're 19 a day, which is number 35 and 44. If they're a 30 amp, they are 17 a day with full hookups currently.
I mean, it's kind of a sticky subject, I guess, but, I mean, how do you guys feel about having long-term there?
Where would you want to move them, Danny? Or would you want to get rid of them?
I don't want to get rid of anybody, I mean, but I feel like those are the most sought after spots. And I'm looking at, I just see a bigger picture. I mean, I see it's a really nice, paved little road right in front of it, you know, I just feel like if I was a camper, I'd want to be right here. We charge a little more for those. I mean, what was it, 3 years ago, we talked about, it was about 3 years ago, we dealt with this situation with long-term renters.
Yeah, just before you came on as manager, wasn't it?
As manager, yeah, I was a marina flare.
Was it ever our goal to keep allowing all this to happen, or was it just kind of,
My understanding was we were gonna phase it out. As people left, we weren't gonna bring in any more new full-timers, is that right?
No, they just grandfathered the ones that had been there longer. What Sean was talking about last week, the grandfathered ones have some extra kind of, they can have 3 vehicles versus 2. I'm trying to think of what else was different about them. Nothing really, except that basically they could have 3 vehicles more than 2 is all I can think of. Sean, what? Can you think of
you
anything?
know, speak on it, John?
The other thing would be a consideration, on Marina Lane. I understand that they're more sought after, or could be, but we also, with the grandfathered and I'm not gonna term as long-term or month-to-month, renters there, you do have building or structures. So when we talk about moving people, you're talking about moving more than just campers. And the
I thought they
other,
weren't supposed to have individual dwellings or anything like that on the site. They're not supposed to have garages and stuff, or like,
there's not garages, there's sheds.
I thought they weren't supposed to be.
They have specific sizes and limitations, and they have to pay a fee to have that there, so that if it has to be removed, and it has to be shown a purpose and agreed to before it's allowed to be there.
I just feel like that we're not a full-time trailer park there. We're there for, I don't agree with it. When's the last time we took in a long-term renter? When's the last time one?
I have a list of 12 people, Laney. I'm full, including the ones on Viewpoint that were rarely full. We have a grandfathered over there as well. And then we have another one that's been there a long time, and then I feel that they're full. Every long-term site is full.
When we started this, how many people were there? Do you remember, Sean?
When I started as the manager at the park, there were just short of 20 full-time residents at the park. And as I recall, we're down to 4 grandfathered individuals, and everyone else rents month to month from us.
But they're not going to ever move probably, because I mean, what they're paying $6,000 a year for property and all the utilities.
Well, the other consideration is whether or not if we use those as high priority sites and charged, would the upcharge on that pay through the winter time when we probably wouldn't be able to keep it full with seasonal campers, where it is consistently at this point 12 months out of the year full?
But I mean, we're competing with our local RV parks. We don't allow people to live in their campers anywhere else in the county. I mean, I don't,
They can live in the lake communities if they have a designated area for full-time camper living. I think, and some of them do, some of them don't.
That's correct.
I don't, it's not my goal to try to put people out of a place to live, but we're not. I don't know. How do you guys feel?
Thank you.
I would be concerned about, running out our 12 months a year renters and what that would do to our cash flow there.
I'd say there'd be days you wouldn't have it rented if you took them out.
Say what, Jim?
You wouldn't have it rented if you took them out. If you took your long-term renters out of there, there'd be multiple days in the wintertime that wouldn't be it wouldn't be rented.
Yeah.
Who pays the taxes on the buildings there?
The loans, the campers? I mean,
They can't, the buildings, if we have buildings there, you said that.
They're not affixed to the ground, so they're personal property, so they don't come under property tax.
does the appraiser check all that stuff each year?
Once a year, we send a report from the park about any decks or other buildings, and the appraiser is very proficient at taxing the personal property that's down there. We do a report every year on it and send it over.
Do we have any way of knowing how much electricity we actually use in that loop versus,
Well, it's a
What-
lot
what
higher
we
in
have
January and
something
February,
there?
I can tell you that.
Well,
We get
There-
separate bills on different areas, so
I
we,
know, but I'm just saying with that loop there in the wintertime, do we have a way of looking at what that actually costs us versus what we're getting out of it?
So
we could
90,
check the metering, but I can't tell you because when you talk about the metering, you may be also including some of our infrastructure like marina and our gas pump. We can get close, but the way it's been divided, it wasn't divided to meter just rental. It was divided up for infrastructure as well.
But we could still look at it and give us an idea of what it's taken.
Yes.
Well, I can give you numbers on Marina Lane.
so yeah, what's it run?
Well,
Because they're all
in the
full-time, 90 through
winter,
101.
I don't know, I'm gonna say I'm gonna guess, but I probably shouldn't guess. I'll get you the numbers. I'll let you know. It's a lot higher in the winter, of course. A lot of them
We could
run,
just look at that versus what our electric bill is to what that's actually
or
drawing.
compare it to, well, basically fall or summer numbers compared to what it is in the winter. Could do that. If you'd like me to do that.
I'd like to just do it, see what it, because them are all full-time people, you said? 90 through 101?
And then 101 to, or no, 102 to 105 is also long-term.
We could just look at the electric bill for the full year where
Our full-time,
full-time,
yeah, that's
our
what-
full-time renters are and just see what it does compared to what our income is.
Well, your other option is, and I suggested this, but it's never gone anywhere, is you put in electric meters at each of those sites and make them pay their own
Well,
electric.
and that's what, that's where I'm thinking is long-term, I see like those 90 through 101. When I think goals at the park, I'm like, why don't we have goals on that little paved road where we come off of it with some curbs, like curbs with a little grass island and a picnic table in the middle of it, and then be really sought after the more expensive spots
They already have picnic tables
for
in
out.
their own
You
area.
know what I mean? Like real
Out in
concrete
front.
pads and everything, and then
Oh,
metered.
yeah.
Each site's metered. I just don't think how do we know we're not using county tax dollars to help these people live?
So we could look at it.
Well, in the long run, you come out ahead from the profit from the park, but, I mean, it just depends. If you want to see the electric bills, that's about only way I can judge that a little bit.
I think that would be good to look at.
Okay. I really don't have anything else unless you guys do. Do you have any other questions?
I just mentioned that I got a text from the sheriff reminding us that you're not the only department that makes money.
Oh. True, yeah.
You know, I just want to see development there and, you know, and I'm not taking none, we have a lot. I was here when COVID and that was horrible, but like, you know, we're doing the boat docks, we're doing the sewer lagoons, we got swimming coming on. And I just feel like we really need to be making
Are you
good
willing
money.
to spend that money to do that, though? I mean,
Do what?
putting in pads and all that would be fairly expensive, wouldn't it? Are you
I
willing?
mean, I think so, but I think that it's something that we need to have goals and things like that out here too. So
Well, and I called Evergy and went ahead and got it's a sheet I got to fill out to find out, get an estimate on how much it would cost to put in electric meters along there if you're going to leave long-term in that area.
how many acres beyond this? Do you know how many acres are there, Sean? Do you know?
2,000. The whole
2,000?
park?
Yeah, the whole park or the whole.
I think it's
wooded area?
2,000. The lakes, one of them's 2,600 and one of them's 2,000. And I'm thinking the park's 2,000 and the lake's 2,600. Don't remember. I haven't looked at it for a while, but I'm pretty sure I can get you that too, but I'm thinking the park itself is 2,000 acres. Excuse me.
The cabins. Can you speak on those a little bit?
The cabins?
Yeah.
You want to talk about that?
Yeah. Can you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just kind of tell us how you're operating it or how you're doing it. How many we have?
We have 7 cabins. You guys decided not to do the 8th one, so Robert filled in the area around there, except where you already had the sewer and the water hookups in the ground. We only have the one Airbnb. I was going to try and do another one this year, but our goal this winter is to paint some of them, at least a couple more. I don't feel staffed enough to do all Airbnb. The laundry is clear up in the shop, which is 1.5 miles up the hill. So you're talking stripping and washing laundry for 7 cabins, and you have to drive 1.5 hours up and wait, and that washing machine takes 1.5 hours to run, and then going back, and I don't have the people to do that, especially in the summer months. If you could go more slowly and think about whether you want to staff up and maybe utilize cabin 8's area to put in a building where you actually have access. You could put the washer and dryer up there. I don't know if that's even a consideration. It's just a suggestion, so that we're not traveling so far and taking up so much time. Originally, I wanted the washer and dryer in the marina so that if we had extra time, we could fold and, wash laundry, but it didn't work out that way because there was too many wires in the west side wall to put in the dryer vent, according to Chris. So
What's that the old pool building? Is that still there? That's still there, isn't it?
that's a shower house.
Oh, is it? It's an active shower house?
We use it in the summer months. A lot of times we have Boy Scouts who camp down in the field below, and the Kansas City sword people, the Renaissance people, come in every April and they rent all of Electric Loop. They rent all of our cabins and they rent our shelter house for about 5 days. So it's a pretty good money maker. And so we open it up for them at March. It's in March.
Would that be a good? I mean, is there room in there anywhere to do your?
Possibly, I'd have to talk to Robert. I think it's just is it a bathroom just on each side? I've honestly never been to this.
There is a maintenance area in the center chase to that building where the hot water tank, utilities and things. It had plumbing that we could access and possibly put a laundry in there.
Then we have to heat it all winter too. So we don't heat it right now. We put antifreeze in the drains and the water lines in the winter and shut it down. But then you still have to get new flooring in, and that's why by the time you guys had said in July to put flooring in, I have cabins booked. I can't really work on a cabin. I mean, certain weekends are packed, so I held off till this spring, and I've got paint and Want to paint the old paneling in at least a few of the cabins and change the decor, and then get the flooring in this year.
How do you feel, Sherry, about increasing the rates during the Memorial Day weekend, Labor Day weekend, Dance Festopia?
I was the one that suggested it. I think you should. You can't find a place to stay. Those cabins go. And I'd like to increase the camping too, but that's a pain because Ventec has to go in there and change it, and they'd have to go back in and change it back. So the cabins definitely should be increased during high peak times. And at least try it for a year if it doesn't work. A lot of people have already made their reservations for 2024, so you wouldn't be able to tell how it goes over until 2025 because it won't increase the people that have already reserved. They can reserve a year ahead of time.
Okay.
So are you planning on putting more cabins on the social media like Airbnb or DNR or whatever it is?
I'd like to try, at least we could probably do a couple, but in reality, do we make more money off of that? You discussed last week that how much had we made? I don't have my printout. How much did we make on Airbnb last year?
Hang on. Airbnb, 4,320,
And how much did we make on regular cabins?
51,554.48.
Right, so if you divide the other six cabins, seven's rented some of that time too. The Airbnb probably isn't coming out better. That's why I'd like to put one or two more on and try it. But again, I probably will have to have another part-time cabin cleaner if we do that. Because my cabin cleaner is only available on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. You're gonna have to have somebody that can come in. That's a lot of work. Those beds are up against the walls. They're not easy to make. You have to pull the mattresses off, make them standing up, get them ready, and shove them back in there. Because they're squared, they got the front open. Only a couple of them, one in cabin 7, has 2 sides that makes it a little easier to make the beds, but they're not like typical beds.
Jason, does it look like the regular cabins are pulling in about $8,000 a piece?
Yes.
Right,
And the B&B cabin is pulling in about $4,000.
right.
That's exactly what I'm seeing.
That's what leading to. Yeah. Now, if you did 2 cabins, you might get more because there have been a couple people that have asked me if we had more cabins, and I've just told them no. But I haven't had that request, I think, but 2 times, so.
Okay. And like, even if we had it on Airbnb, we'd still be able to rent it out if we weren't full, right?
We
Still
do,
renting out that 7th cabin.
we do, yeah. Whoever rents it first gets it, and we block Airbnb off if we rent it on our own.
So it wouldn't be necessarily taken away from each other.
No, it doesn't.
What fees do we pay with the Airbnb that we don't pay with the other?
It's 14%, but I charge higher, and I don't have those numbers with me, I'm sorry. But we end up making about $25 extra per cabin compared to no bedding.
Is
I
that
figured
over and
in-
above the labor involved?
That's where I put in the extra $25 is for laundry, for labor, for, whatever. So, the cost, so.
So we have one cabin on Airbnb, so if it's rented out by Airbnb and somebody else on it, Airbnb wants something, we don't
even see that because we block it off on Airbnb, yes. So I have no clue. I don't know if Airbnb could tell me that or not, but I could ask them if they can tell me if people have, and maybe, they look on the calendar, it's blacked out, then they don't even try, so I'm not sure how to find that number.
I just know if it's used correctly and we know, and we're doing it efficiently, that it can make really good money, so.
Well, if you increase the price by $10 in the marina, then I also have to increase the price by something on the Airbnb too. So you're gonna probably make quite a bit more money this year just by increasing the price of the regular cabins alone without the Airbnb.
And without having to worry about laundry and things that way. I mean, if they were all Airbnb, I think it would probably be different,
We'd be making a lot of money. I mean, the cost,
$25 more.
well, I mean, you can go a little higher on Airbnb too and have a program that's linked to, a calendar with her that, so people couldn't double book it or whatever. They would intermingle the two calendars. I just don't understand why if we have empty cabins sitting here, we have one Airbnb rented, we have 5 others that there's not an option for them to go on Airbnb and be rented. You see what I'm saying? Like,
I do.
and-
But you also have to consider, again, I don't have a cabin cleaner all the time,
well, I know that's what I'm
so
saying. I mean, is it,
the cost of staffing someone else.
That's
too.
what I'm saying. Are we really gonna make that much more?
well, are we just gonna set idle at the Linn County Park? Are we gonna try to make money here? Or what are we trying to do? Because we just spent how much on the sewer lagoons? We have to spend money on these docks. We have swimming coming up. I mean, I'm just trying to make sure we're running efficiently and making as much, funds as we can out here.
The swimming is gonna bring in a lot more campers, I think. So the camping should fill up more likely like Memorial Day, which you may have to restaff for that too. If it gets like it used to be, they said when they had the swimming pool up there, those camping sites were full pretty much every weekend. So whether or not swimming in the lake is attractive to some people, yeah.
Do we have goals of what we want to do out here? Do we have expectations of this park? I mean, what do we don't rent the rental house out anymore.
It's because we're turning it down.
There is a massive income for us. What do you think, Jim?
I mean, we decided not to work on the rental house because we determined that it was
No, I agree.
an expensive liability,
No, I agree
not
100%, but we also don't have a fund, we're not flipping dollars out here with funds to be able to do something like that, to remodel it, so I agree with that.
So in saying that, the park lost $9,000 income from that rental house, and we're still coming out pretty good this year. So just the increases in the cost of camping last year probably help with that.
Do they still have the horse trails out there, right?
We do.
Are they used a lot?
They're using it more because Van Leber cleared all the trails. They're using it quite a bit more.
Did we charge for that?
Yeah, it's daily parking, or if they spend the night, they're in primitive. So right now it's $9 if they spend the night, and it's $4 if they just park.
So what happens if they get hurt on a horse out there? Does anybody know?
I assume we have insurance for that reason, right? Do we?
it's their horse.
Right? I don't know.
Side by side.
Are we liable or not? I mean, I don't know.
I know that's been thrown around. I mean, a lot of people would love the idea to have side by side trails out there too. I mean, is that something that we'd?
Evergy won't let us. We asked them, when we redid the lease, we asked them and they,
I thought we didn't ask. We just talked to the maintenance. He didn't like that idea.
you thought you what?
He didn't like that idea. The maintenance guy or the guy that maintained the property or something.
No, Evergy said we couldn't, and it's their property. So
Well, that's what they said 5 years ago when I asked about swimming too, and look, we got swimming now. I just don't feel like, I don't know. I'm
Well, we
not
just-
trying to take nothing away from you. I just.
I
don't feel like that
understand. You're just questioning what we can do. I understand. Well, we also talked, and it's just talk, but when the rental house is out of there, possibly moving the horse camp over, we left the water on, not on, the meter, we're just paying a meter fee up there right now, but the electricity's been removed, but it'll have, well, it's been shut down from the meter. Possibly, and I don't know if that's still in the works. Sean and I had kind of talked about it, putting, like a horse area up where the rental house is so that they can actually have, a camping site that they can come into that has, you know, water and electric anyway. So,
So they could hook their trailers up.
do what?
They could hook their trailers up.
Correct. They'd like that, but whether we get it done or not, that's more work
How
too.
big of an income do they bring into the park?
How many?
Yeah, I mean, how many do you think come there a year to ride horses and do all that stuff?
Well, the guy that cleared the horse trails brought like 60 women in last summer to go horseback riding. They just rode across, he lives across this road, paid their parking fee, some of them, and then came in. They still pay. They pay up at the brown shop on the way in. And, yeah, I've had, Kim Uppenauer and her husband come in quite a bit. Some guy named Mike Davis comes in, but anyway, there's quite a few horse riders that come in, and they're appreciative. Van Leberg used all his own resources to clear our horse trails, so he has a forestry machine. He went through and cleaned out all the fallen trees, and it looks really nice now. So, well, and the lady up at, is it Wildwood? She would like to get a grant to connect both our places, if Evergy would like it, for like put it in hiking trails between the two places, which, I mean, you're more likely to get a grant from what I've looked at, that it connects different places together, but.
What do you guys think? I'd like to see what, I mean, the horse, I mean, doing all the horse stuff, I mean, are they bringing in a big enough crowd and enough money to the park for us to cater to them like that? I mean, or is that something we want to do? Or, I mean,
We're not really catering to them. They go down to the horse camp, they pay for parking, and that's really all there is to it.
We didn't clean out the trails. They did it so they.
Yeah, it didn't cost us
We haven't been
anything.
maintaining them.
Yeah.
so if someone dies on one of the trails, who's responsible?
Unless it's due to something, some way in which we were negligent, we're not responsible. That's a public park, and we have a certain amount of, coverage from freedom from liability with public park, unless we do something negligent.
I mean, we're not renting horses.
We're not renting the horses, we're not leading the rides, we're not, we're not doing anything involved with it, so.
They're participating. Do we have a sign that says you're participating at your own risk?
I don't think so. We could put one up.
I don't know that it's necessary, but it wouldn't hurt, but
Any place that has it puts up a sign.
yeah.
There's
If-
no liability to you.
If one of our maintenance guys is out there cutting down a tree and it fell on one of them, then we might be liable.
Right.
But beyond that, we really don't have any.
So like ride at your own risk would be, is that?
There's,
The horse council has signs you can put up that cost you $10 and you put them up and it takes the liability away from you.
it references the state statute. Would be what I would suggest we put up.
You can buy the sign for $10, I think.
Pretty cheap fix.
But no future improvements at the Linn County Park, right? We're just gonna
Well,
keep going how it's
no,
going.
because we got
I
the
mean,
swimming coming in. We've redone
That's a
the
lot of money.
lagoon.
It's gonna, Sean, how much do you think the swimming's gonna cost us to do?
First, we have to do the engineering process. For that will be, what we would agree with Evergy would be, we would do an engineering plan. Once the engineering is done, we would pitch that plan to Wildlife and Parks and Evergy and get that plan approved. I can't tell you what the engineering itself would cost, but once we pitch a pre-engineered plan to them and get it approved, then we have the maintenance or construction of that site and plan. How much that'll be, I don't have projections on, but I believe most of that site work and machine work would be done by us. So given the engineering and the dirt work, I could imagine to put this in the process,
being somewhere between 20 and 25,000 easily, depending on how much infrastructure we wanted at that site. So you could take that 25,000 and double it very easily depending on infrastructure.
And our dredging cost, what was our dredging contract?
I'll be talking about that here in a little bit as well, but the dredging contract itself was 131,000 and change, and I can't give you an exact number. But that was the contractual obligation itself,
And them funds are coming from what?
contingency. That does not cover all of the riprap and clay that's been moved in by our public works departments to refit that lagoon once it's dredged out.
Well, that means that I don't think that we're positive at Linn County Park. I mean, that's a lot of money.
Well, and I would agree, but you're talking about the first time that this has been addressed that I know in the inception of the park. So
Exactly.
we're,
That's what I'm trying to do with future.
we're,
And I keep getting a lot of pushback. I just.
we're looking at something that occurred that wasn't budgeted or planned for over the 40 years of the park, where we should have a contingency after this and a line item to put money similar to the landfill back each year for that maintenance in the future, so that we don't have that one-time huge expense without having a fund ready to pay for it.
Why don't we look at these loops, let's figure out what our water and our electric, our utilities are costing with each loop, and then look at it from there. And
I'm
know-
in favor of that.
I know that won't, there's situations where there's some of our utilities are ours, but at least it gives us an idea of what we're spending with each loop.
Well, and the short-term loops in the long run usually are going to be less because nobody lives there, so.
Right, but we can look at it, see what it actually brings in versus
Sure.
what it's costing.
I started a chart this year, and haven't finished it lately, that has how much the utilities are for each loop per month.
And then they look
So
at the
I can
income
finish
for
that.
each.
Huh?
We can look at the income also on that loop for the year. Can we not do that?
Oh, yeah, I could. I guess. I'd have to ask Ventec. I can currently look at a site and get from here to here, how much money, but that means I have to look at every site, which I could. There's 113 of them, but I could.
But I mean, even if we just were looking
Might be a while.
like that one loop,
Yes, I can do the one loop because they're all,
because
the only thing is what Sean said, some of them have other, the sewer lift and the small shelter are on the same, then Marina Lane. I'm trying to think of I think Electric Loop, the shelter house is on the same bill. So,
okay, but I mean, where we've got most of our service and things that way, I think where the question is the Marina Lane,
yeah.
right? And then Viewpoint, is it broke out separate?
I can.
So
Yeah.
if we looked at those two, instead of having her go through and do all,
That'd be fine. Look at where the majority of the utilities are.
yes, right? That would kind of give us an idea of where we're at on those. I think that seems to be, that way you're not looking at everyone, but we're looking at where we're having the most use.
Year round.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
Electric or Viewpoint would be a little skewed because Viewpoint fills up pretty good in the summer, but I can divide it by the number of sites and come up with something close anyway.
And then Danny, I'm not opposed to us looking at things and ways to upgrade the park. I just think that we are doing things out there trying to upgrade the park.
No, and I'm not saying
And we're not going to be able to do everything
I'm not taking that away
at
from
all
you.
one time.
You do an amazing job. And I saw, you actually did a fishing derby or a contest, stuff like that.
We had a fishing tournament.
Yeah, finish tournament.
It
So I'm not
wasn't,
taking anything away from you. I'm not saying you're not doing, you're doing a wonderful job. I'm just trying to think long-term and make sure that we're, how come we can't think about the ATVs out there? I mean,
again, Evergy,
Everybody said.
Evergy owns.
Did they say no?
property.
I never seen, wasn't in the contract that they said no? Because we asked about it afterwards. I'm pretty positive, right?
No, it was before.
I'm sorry.
You're fine.
The agreement we had with the Evergy for the new contract does mention side-by-side or golf carts, electric vehicles, but it only mentions them,
On paved roads.
on
On
paved
our
roads.
Roads.
Similar to small cities in our county, we would be allowed to permit them so they could go campsite to campsite, but it does not permit, and we discussed,
We asked, that's what I'm asking.
yes, very,
We asked them if we could.
multiple times, and they were not interested in anything that would lead to it being a off-road park. So, we settled for the stance that at least if we got them in our park, we could be on the roadways. And we have some older campers, some people that like going from campsite to campsite and visiting or going around the park. So we took that as a fallback. But the question about the side-by-sides was dealt with multiple times as far as questioning whether or not we could enter in that with our contract, but it was not something they deemed appropriate for their land usage.
I guess I don't really, yeah. I mean, why I keep asking is because I remember we hadn't had a contract prior to this year or last year since 1976 or something crazy like that, right? Is that when our last contract there was? And when I became a commissioner, I kept asking about the swimming and they're like, nope, can't do it, can't do it, can't do it. And then all of a sudden we can do it. That's where, and if I have to reach out to somebody at Evergy, then I will, I guess. I mean, I just want to know, why can't we do it? Why can't we try to make money out there with this 2,000 acres that we're not using?
And I think they gave consideration to that when we redid the contract, and we went off of the old contract until that contract was enacted. And they did give some consideration and we updated it, but there were limitations to it about the land usage and what we could do there.
Do you have the contract? Can you send it to my email again? I'd like to read it, just look over it.
I can have it emailed to all of you.
Good.
Anything else for that?
Nope. Thank you, Sherry.
You're welcome.
One thing I do want to ask, the boat dock, the new boat slip,
Right.
do you feel like that price is good? Was that considered?
No, they're at $3 a night right now. I think they need to go to at least $10 a night when we get there. So, yeah, no, way better. The ones we have now are condemned. I just have them, they got caution tape around them. Nobody's supposed to go on them. They're bad.
So when we get that redone, you think we should raise it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So are we doing a resolution on rates today, or are you holding off for other things?
I
We've
think
got one
on.
prepared if you want it.
I think, what, you're gonna look into
The
the
electricity.
electrical and stuff?
Yeah, I think. Are you doing that?
I've got the resolutions prepared in 2 different forms, but if we want to hold off and look at rates, we certainly can hold it off and readjust.
Okay.
I kind of feel like when you do the resolution that we need to at least give the people that live there 30 days notice that their rates are going up. So that's up to you guys, but I don't want to just dump it on them 2 weeks from now. So,
Okay.
okay. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Sherry.
All right, looks like we got our road foreman. You guys want to come up and, if you guys want to bring up a chair, you guys can sit right here and we can talk.
You guys want me for this road foreman discussion, or is there anything else that you're gonna need me for?
Did we get all the?
There's only a few things on my agenda that
Do you want to go ahead and talk, Sean? Do you want to go ahead and talk, and then you guys can just hang out for a sec? Sorry, I didn't forget about Sean. Does anybody need any executive session time with Gary in it? No, Bo? No. You guys good with him going?
Well, let me wait out him and then we'll.
Morning, Commissioner Sean West, Public Works Administrator. I have a burial permit, BP 2022-22B. This is amending and adding to the Quick Com Centerville to Parker. It includes modifications to boring and trenching that you'll see mapped out on the back. I have already reviewed it, and so has Denny. We didn't see anything that would be out of line with the proposal.
This is for QuickCom?
Yep.
I thought,
Yes.
didn't we pass something where it was all included, or was that?
They did a, one permit for their entire drilling, but or for their entire project, but this is an amendment to that one.
Oh, okay.
This is amending or adding to that permit.
Instead of requiring a separate permit for each crossing, we let them do one permit for the whole thing. This amends that permit.
Right here.
Is this something that will, that, program that Darren was talking about earlier, will this be part of that? Can this be part of that or no?
Well, burial permits can be entered into that new program, that permit program, right?
The permits are issued by Road and Bridge, but we have discussed the possibility of looking at burial permits, dump waivers, other things that could be used after the county purchases the platform so that we can take all of those and put them under
So
one
how do
umbrella.
they just come here and print it off and fill it out and give it to you, and then you review it?
I send it out to the foremans, they review it, I review it, and after we make any adjustments or recommendations, then we bring it to you. But today, the permit, I believe you approved it last week. We talked about a water main and going back and looking at the closing of those bore pits that were in the right of way. We got a call from the contractor on that to go back and look at that. Something like this would be much easier if it told me, go check the pit or what time frame those are open on so that we would know to go back and look at those. So yes, we plan to explore every opportunity to use it to benefit more than one department and more than one permit process.
You guys good with it?
I am.
I'll make a motion that we approve the application for in the right of way for QuickCom, permit number BP 2022-22B.
I'll second it.
Motion been moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
As part of your packet that was sent out to you this week, you should have got the November cost share by task. You received it? Okay. I've furnished copies to Gary and the press on it. We're doing POs at the end of this as my next line item. I have an assistance application. Kansas Historical Society, Meridine State Historic Site, road maintenance, delivering, spreading, and grading of historically, our Kansas Historical Society funded materials and improvement, basically hauling rock if necessary, maintaining the roadway and doing the rock saving prior to at the site to see how much rock would actually be needed to be brought in there. As part of this,
This is at the Meridine Massacre,
correct.
you said?
And we're looking at them paying for any materials or rock to be hauled in, and they would pay back after we invoice those. And the equipment and the operator, of course, fuel is what our expense in the process would be. I'm sorry, I haven't.
What, is this what that is? Or what?
I don't think we have it in front of us.
Oh.
Do we?
What's that?
You didn't send that out, did you?
No.
There were several items.
That, because of the size of what we're doing, that may not have got sent out to you this week.
So it's the Kansas Historical Society wants,
And I would caveat this with, apparently this is, after talking to Joyce, this is something we've done on a regular basis and been invoiced. We just haven't had the request for assistance until recently. So we've asked everyone that we have done these projects for in the past to fill out the form, and we've had quite a bit of cooperation and teamwork in getting those done and sending them in.
How long's the road? It's not gonna be very much, is it? I mean, how long's the road?
Yes, please.
Denny Hardy, the District 3 road foreman. I did this last year when I was running a blade. It's about a day. You go up there, I went up and looked at it last week. I think there should still be enough rock on that to just blade it. There's one or two spots that may need rock that we may not be able to pull the rock up out of, but it's about a day. I mean, it's a trek to get over there from Lacine and it's a trek back, but there's, I'd say, less than a mile of roads there.
Okay.
And that's doing the parking by the placard, that's doing the roundabout through the picnic tables, and going from the beginning of the park all the way through it.
and the state doesn't give the site money to maintain stuff like that?
They have funding for the rock, and that's what they paid in years past. But as far as the rest of that, I couldn't speak to their half of this arrangement or request.
What's it, once a year type deal? Yeah.
It says, when does schedule for the project, when the county does road maintenance or when excessive rains create a washout and conditions require repair.
And there's a couple of small washouts that, I mean, it's a once a year type of thing. You get it rolled over, cap in the ground, and it's good.
It says no winter required or more recommended.
The only thing Danny can do on a regular basis is Zeus Road up to the entrance to the park, because that is a county maintained road. And then we go through the park when they ask us to do it.
Do we do these on all historic sites like that?
It's the only one that's in my area.
We help the cemetery boards out if, we haul the rock and they pay for it, right?
Gary, do we, and we typically do, I mean, I know we give assistance, but is this something that have you looked over this?
I haven't seen it.
You know, that, you can,
Yeah, we use this application all the time.
Right. Since we made that policy that we had to have.
Yeah. It's certainly consistent with what we've done in the past and with our, I mean, there's nothing wrong with doing it. It's, a quasi-governmental entity. I mean,
I'll make a motion to approve the assistance application for the Merdazine Massacre Road.
I'll second it.
motion been moved and seconded. Any more discussion?
Nope.
All in favor?
Aye.
What is it? Oh, go ahead, Sean.
Just you.
You need that, David?
Next thing I have for you is a resolution for some surplus property. This is out of the storage shed located between us and the Justice Center. There is some property. We've spoke to the department heads, reached out to them, and not only got their approval to add it to the list, but also one of the items is a exam table from the health department. We've reached out because they were disinterested in maintaining that property. We've reached out to STARS and they are interested if you would like to donate that property. The other items are various office chairs, rolling carts, broken typewriters, election printers, outdated election counter, some old decorations that appear to be candles or Christmas decorations, and broken projector. The reason we're asking for this is we've been cleaning the sign shop and we need some storage. I would like to put the rest of the equipment as far as the other lights for the airport and and I'm going to get this wrong, the PAPI system that is solar down there. We have found these to be stored on pallets out in the shop area. But as we're cleaning, I don't believe those are the best things to have people laying and using for workbenches. And I would like to put them over here in one of the units, get them out of the way so that technical equipment can be available when we decide what's going to happen with the airport and not damaged. The other thing we need to do is make space for some Christmas items that we've put on the Justice Center. So as I said, we've reached out to these folks. The only thing we're asking is that these items we're allowed to dispose of so we can make space for things that actually need storage in the building.
As far as those PABI lights, I mean, we'll never use those at our airport regardless, right?
That's the way I understand
Can we
it.
just get
They're
rid
not
of
even long enough for them, so why do we even keep them?
were they bought with a grant?
They were bought grant money. That is one of the questions that I'm still waiting for the state to be back with me about.
Well, can we ask for forgiveness?
Well,
Asking for a
until we get rid of them, until we do something with the airport, my question today is, I don't want them damaged. I don't want them laying around and being used for shop table. If you leave something that's palletized and got a flat surface on top, somebody's going to throw something on top of it. It's not the appropriate place to have these things stored.
And all we're doing is cleaning out junk.
Yes, that's correct.
Moving junk from one to another.
We're getting rid of one thing that we don't need and stowing away things I don't want damaged.
I would rather put it on the surplus list and get rid of them. I mean, that's just me. How long have we been asking for an answer? Over a year, probably?
Dragging something there.
Maybe that'll get us the answer we need. I mean,
If you're directing me to bring you a resolution, I'll bring you a resolution, but I'd still like to clean these items out.
how do you feel?
We can get rid of the items. I don't have a problem with that, but why move something? Let's get rid of the lights.
we still have all those items, while we're talking about this list, you're not gonna purple wave none of this stuff, are you?
No,
We have all that stuff over there in the old jail too, fridges, washer and dryer type stuff, and have we got anything done with that?
I can walk through the building and work with the sheriff and see what's of any interest.
I
But you,
think he's made it clear that
He's
he
done.
doesn't want nothing else over there.
but you got to remember, I've used the garage bays over there for storage until we get to the new senior center. So I'd like to push that out a little bit because you're asking me to go over the top of other stuff to find. It would be a lot easier once that's done to go in and take any inventory.
I just want to be sure we get it done, and I mean, there's stuff over there that's still good, so.
Be happy to do it, but again, if you'll give me a little bit of time, I'd rather not climb over things to get to it.
I'm good with this surplus list.
Me too.
I am as well.
I'll make a motion that we approve this. Is there a number?
2020.
That we approve resolution 2023-51, which is a declaration of surplus property.
Aye.
Now, the Pappy lights, can we move forward with getting rid of them?
My advice is to wait till you have, I mean, here's the thing. You sell those things, it turns out that the regulation is it's got to go back to them, and you're going to reimburse them for the new cost. So I would say you're better off to hold on to them till you know for sure. Now, what can we do to prod them? I don't know.
We're still waiting on answers on the land too, right? I mean,
I'm still trying to get them to respond. I have enough time to send emails. I'm getting nowhere.
If you would allow me a week to work with Jessica on that, I know she's put out the emails, she's made phone calls. If you give me a week to be a little sterner in our request, and that way she keeps her relationships there, and I'll step in and see if I can prod a response.
It's costing us more money with taxes, right? I mean, we're rolling it.
Yeah, we're still paying taxes on it.
We're paying taxes on that thing and giving
Right.
it to the cities and the schools.
That's right.
It's costing us a lot of money to hang on to it.
We need to get some decisions made. That's true.
so are you going to talk on it next week? You said, or you talk to them?
If you give me a week, I'll let you know whether we've exhausted every resource. And then you can do what you're gonna do, but we've been very
Just like,
affable, in our conversation so far. Let me be a little more persistent and give me a week to come back to you.
just tell them we went ahead and sold it. Maybe we'll get answers out of them then. No, I'm just kidding. He's my nut.
Okay.
The next thing I have for you is the approval of the biannual bridge inspections that went out for RFP. We are also looking at the on-call engineering, although the on-call engineering deals with several services, and we're building spreadsheets for those and reviewing them. So I don't have those for you this week, but I do have the bridging, and the bridging is something that we need to get slated because not all of the bridges have been moved to one time frame. So I need to answer to the state pretty quickly about who's going to do those services and when they're going to get done for the two that they have scheduled for already. We are recommending CFS, Cook Flat Struble Engineers out of Topeka at a cost of $92 per bridge or inspection, at a total of our bridges at $1,832 for the total cost. I would, however, ask that if you approve them, that you approve this up to $19,000. The reason being is that some of these inspections haven't all been consolidated yet. So throughout the year, I can expect 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 bridges to be emailed to me and be told, hey, you need to do these in addition.
I know one thing, and I don't know if this will cover that. Rick James always used to ask about the guardrails and stuff. Remember, he talked about the height from the, was that you?
The guardrails is from the height of the guardrails.
Do they
down to
inspect
water
that too?
flows.
This is part of the inspection. They'll give you a report of the conditions, but they don't, our on-call engineering would be the one that would make recommendations as to how to repair it and how to keep it within the boundaries of the bridge itself and the inspection.
Let's go back to our bids there. We did have two proposals, and we read their names last week, but we didn't read the amounts they proposed. And so you might just go ahead and mention both of them, so.
The second is PEC, or Professional Engineering Consultants, out of Lawrence, and the bridge price is $405 per bridge at a price of $79,825 for the total project.
Quite a spread.
80,000 versus 19,000.
Correct.
And they've got the same scope of work?
Yes, it's
the
the,
exact job.
I can't say it's the same exact job. We have a minimum. Now, if someone wants to only provide something at a much higher level and charge at a higher level for their services and not just meet bare minimums, I can't answer to that, but I can tell you that the one we're recommending, CFS, meets our minimum requirements and the state requirements for those inspections, and that's why we recommended it.
I'm good with the cheapest one.
I'll make a motion that we go with Cook, Flat, and Strobel Engineers out of Topeka at $92 per bridge, not to exceed 19,000.
I'll second. Motion been moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. You aye or opposed?
Aye.
Aye. 3-0.
I was thinking.
Thinking about what the 79,000?
Okay, the next thing I have,
Well,
the next thing I have for you is on the Help Linn project. We were notified late last week that the letting occurred and only one bidder chose to bid on this project. And the state is asking us as to whether or not we want to continue this project. We've been asked that before with an estimate. I think it was 6 weeks ago maybe that I brought you an estimate of what the state thought our portion would be. That estimate was $361,000. With only one bidder, that estimate has changed. We now know that our portion would be $505,000 with a new total cost from the one bidder at $2,293,026. We have invested so far, without staff time, labor cost, just our financial responsibility, we have invested over $60,000 in engineering and another over $11,000 in right-of-way acquisition. So you're looking at about a $72,000 investment at this point. I understand that it's a considerable jump because of only one bidder, but it's a make it or break it. We've spent our money and we either continue down this process or we
So
call
it's a bridge that was called out on a report or on an engineering report saying that it's,
this is one of our critical fracture bridges, one of two that we have on our
goes to the
list.
landowners.
so it does? That's it?
Yeah.
So does it, how
What
many
makes
do
it-
we have to
What
get?
makes it so expensive is it crosses the
Railroad
railroad.
right away.
So how long do we have to get it fixed? I mean, how many years do we have left on the bridge? Did they state that in the engineering report?
The engineering report on the bridge itself is not the problem.
I know. How, have they said that we need,
No, the reason this, to my knowledge, was slated and put on the list is because critical fracture bridges were approved and funded for grant money. So this bridge, although it's not in any poor condition or damaged in any way, shape, or form that I'm aware of, this bridge just happens to be on the short list of bridges that can receive this grant. So it was slated because of the grant funding being available, not because of its condition.
So you're saying the bridge we got's good?
I'm saying that the inspections on it at this point don't cause it to be
It's not
anything
condemned.
condemned or
So the
anything.
grant-
Now, is it aged and not a new bridge? Absolutely. Does the road curve? Because we talked about the engineering of straightening out the road and taking out some of the arc, on the roadway? Certainly. But the bridge itself is not or the condition of it is not the reason we applied for this grant, to my understanding.
So it wasn't, yeah, I don't know, why would we bring it to everyone's attention then if there ain't nothing wrong with it? So there was just a grant to apply for, we applied for it and got it, and then we found a bridge, and now we're,
There were two bridges. You just approved the biannual bridge inspections. Every 2 years, we do a list of bridges. The only bridges that are not listed on that biannual inspection are two types: critical fracture bridges that get inspected yearly, and your underwater bridges, abutments that need special teams of engineers to look at the bridge or inspect it. This is on that critical fracture list. Funding was available at the time that we applied for this grant for those specific, not the other 200 bridges that we have, but for this specific bridge that we had two of.
What if we don't take this bid? Can it be rebid later? Or since we only had one bid,
But we won't have the grant.
we won't have the grant.
This is
the one time.
if we want the grant, we've got to go with this. Now, will they have another grant in 5 years or 10 years? Maybe. You don't know. But if you want this grant, this is your one shot at it. It kind of, it's either that or pass it up and eat the $80,000 we've already spent on it.
The only latitude I can give you, Commissioner, told I was bringing this to you directly and that I had to have a decision this Monday or next. Next Monday is the deadline for us to make the state's timeline for this. So this certainly, I'm not trying to tell you that you have to make this decision today for us to go forward. You can put this off to next week, but next week would be my deadline in order to meet the timelines that I've been given.
No, this is not going to affect budgeted money at this time. We have been putting money away in the special road and bridge fund to cover this expense for the last few years.
Even with the increase.
There's 1.2 million in that fund.
Okay.
Now, this is not the only thing we want to use it on, but we have been putting money in there for this project.
Yeah, we've known for some time this bridge needed replaced. This is not like, Daddy, they got a grant, so we found a bridge. That's not what happened. We've been saving money to try to work on this, and then the grant came along, and look, we can get 3/4 of it paid, so.
so how long, I mean, and we don't know how long they're suggesting this bridge will,
Projections on the life cycle of the bridge.
I don't think you'll
It's-
find an engineer that.
I don't think you'll find anybody to do that because the life cycle of the bridge also comes down to how much money you're going to throw at it a year to keep it alive.
Because I mean, when we're talking about the two landowners too, we're also talking about large farming equipment going across this bridge
Correct.
over the top of the railroad tracks and things of that nature.
And one of the property owners is I'm going to get this, they're involved in conservation. It's a group, not necessarily an individual farm or landowner. So
Trust.
it's conservation trust. So can I tell you what their plans in the future or what equipment goes across that or what the need for this bridge is? Not right now. And I can't tell you what it will be in the future. What I can tell you is we've planned for it. This type of bridge is funded. No one's going to give us a recommendation engineering wise as to whether or not to take this offer. It comes down to the money.
If that bridge was not there, we would be landlocking these properties too. I mean, no access other than.
That's correct.
That's correct.
That's correct.
And so the grant's going to pay $1.7 million of this project,
and our portion was what, 500 something?
505.
Now the new bid's 2.2?
No. So before it was, they were projecting, hang on, it says in here, $2 million for the total hang on. It was 361. Wasn't that?
361 is what our projection was the last time we got an estimate.
But the bid came in at 2.293 million. And that's what's causing our increase from 361 to 505.
This is a 75-25 grant or 80-20, which is it?
80.
Before it's all said and done, we'll be up another 500,000 in change orders. Can I not do like a, just
It's an
a,
80-20. So $2 million in federal funds, 504,000 in county funds. 505. Does our 72,000 come out of that? 505?
No, that was expense that we had up front to get
That-
that.
Up front.
That was upfront engineering and right-of-way acquisition.
So that's on top of that.
In order to qualify for the grant, you had to have the engineering done and the land acquired. Which I suppose they do that to make, kind of tie you into the, into the project.
we need an answer by next week, you said?
That's correct.
So is Tuesday going to be soon enough? You said next Monday? Because that's when our meeting is next week, the
Tuesday's the
26th.
meeting.
We must receive the expected resolution on or before 1/5.
That would actually give you 2 more weeks.
2 more.
Yeah.
But I anticipate if we get it done, then that's going to take us a little bit of time to mail original. I would have to take it, everything I've sent to them has to be originals.
You guys good and wait until next week? Are you guys trying to make a motion on it today?
I can wait till next week.
I can too.
This feel like we're gonna be at way more than 500,000. The construction project, there's always,
Go over.
you don't make no money on an original contract. That's how it is. I mean, right there, they might.
We're going to deal with POs towards the end of the meeting.
So just one question back on that. Okay, so how are overages handled?
I can get you that answer and bring it back to you, but this is the first, since I've been here, I've been involved in this project, not its inception, but been dealing with this project since I've been here. So this is the first project like this that Jessica and I have been involved in. So if you have questions,
Okay, that's
please-
what I would like to know.
present them and I will get them and bring them back next week.
I will say that we don't manage this contract, the state does.
That's correct.
And so, just like we didn't let the contract, we don't manage it, we just pay our portion. So the state will be handling all that and they'll have.
So did the state determine what we had to put across it? I mean, is that as far as the bridge? I mean, they had the engineering go in,
The engineers determine what to meet the requirements that we ask. We want it to straighten out here and to lower this hump and, they say, here's what you got to put across it to do that. So the engineers really determined it. The state then, their engineers reviewed it and agreed. In fact, I think they sent it back for one revision, didn't they?
Correct.
So our engineers proposed it. The state engineers look at it and in this case asked for some revisions. We gave them the revisions and so that's what's been bid on now.
Can we not just demo the bridge out and make a little
Well,
of the track?
and I,
Over the tracks in Pleasanton?
I would say to this project, this is the,
Place where this is at. I mean,
this is the unique nature of the project because,
Oh, it is?
right down the side of it.
because of it being landlocked, this project would require them building a bridge north of the existing bridge and then taking the old bridge out to include the embutments that are being required to be removed by the railroad. So this would not just be shutting down a roadway that has access from other avenues or channels in order to build a bridge. Because of the railroad and because of the landlocked nature of the land across the gap, this is a unique project.
And building it over the railroad makes it more expensive. I mean, as opposed to over a creek or whatever.
Right.
And that's our only option to be able to do it that way?
So my understanding is you want to know what happens about expenses of any overages or anything of that nature.
Overruns on the
I'd say it'd be like
contract.
any other construction, project. You go in bidding the least and
I know, but I mean, what other questions do you have for them? So that we can try to figure out how that's gonna be worked out, what we're gonna be liable for.
is there like a set amount, like a contingency fund type thing that we're gonna put money into for
He's
these
gonna
change
find
orders?
out what their process is on cost
On the
overrun.
overage, what our percentage of the overage will be.
If there is one, yeah. If we have to pay for,
Right.
or if that comes out of just grant money.
That's what he's gonna ask. Do you have something else you would like asked?
Nothing big of.
Okay, we'll get that and bring it back to you. Cold planer that we bid on Purple Wave, we were awarded, it was, once you minus the taxes that we're straightening out with them, I think it was $7,000 under what our total all in was. We're working with Purple Wave to finish the processing of the paperwork and the check now. Along with our end of the year POs, David and I spoke last week. And after that conversation, I went out to Johnny in Noxious Weeds and asked him to bid out some product, because we have the money there to purchase our spring purchases prior to. And the reason I'd like to do this is because we're getting more and more requests for bare ground clearing on parking lots and other things that we couldn't have seen coming as far as budgeting. And I think it's going to put us in a position where we can do more and buy more next year to improve that program without having to strain it. So what I have for you is he went out for 3 different vendors, and the lowest vendor came in, Van Dyst Supply Company, and the total on the chemicals was $9,946.84. The other companies that he looked at were either unable to provide the shelf stock that we needed or provide all the chemicals. And this is, although he looked at multiple companies, this is the company that we have a accurate bid for what we were looking for in stock and ready to be purchased.
That was $9,946.
And 84 cents.
And is this one we can get the invoice and go ahead and just get it paid out of this year?
I've got a quote, and by the end of the day, I could have it invoiced.
That'll be the easiest way for us to handle it. Just process it with the payment. Don't have to worry about a purchase order or anything that way.
Okay.
Thoughts?
What do you just want to do?
I'm good with it.
I am too. So I'll make a motion that we purchase from Van Deest Chemicals Supplies in the amount of $9,946.84.
I'll second. Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
New van should be here this week for transportation. We've handled, David and I spoke last week, and we've handled where the money for that is coming, our portion out of transportation, and the rest will be supported by the equipment reserve, and then it's, of course, reimbursed to us and reimburses that fund. And the last thing I have for you is the old district court. I was called there this week. They were working on fiber, electrical, and walls and wainscoting, as well as painting. The painter had an issue. We tried to tack down the damaged wallpaper. And the issue with that was, one, it didn't resolve the issue completely. You could still see it. The other issue is the cost and the time and the amount spent trying to pin that paper down well enough to get it painted. The decision was made, and I reached out to advise, because you have set a limit on that project. I reached out to our chair, spoke with him about it, and then had to make the best decision I had to make, obviously, before I brought it back to you. I've instructed the contractors to go ahead and put in 4 of those rooms that couldn't be repaired without a lot of labor and more cost. I've instructed them to go ahead and do the wainscoting on that. Having said that, because of the project limit, I would ask that you raise the project limit $7,500 so that I can stay within your approval. Although we haven't gone over that limit yet, I anticipate this will raise the cost of the project, and because of the painters being there, we didn't have time to bring it back to you to get decisions. I had to make that decision that day so that they could keep doing their work and not leave our project and come back. Again, if you have any questions for me, this was one of those we had to do on the fly and make the best decision and the most appropriate decision at the time, but it's going to bring me out, in the end, it will bring me out of the limitations that you gave me.
What was the limit that we set, Sean?
I cannot answer that. I don't have the numbers. This came to me late last week. I can just believe that if you increased your already budgeted amount by $7,500, that I'll be within the guidelines. Hopefully nothing else will come up, but as you know, in these type of projects, little things will happen and I'll have to make adjustments or decisions as we go. We already talked about the spacing between the electrical receptacles and moving some light switches so that you didn't have to enter the big storage room, come back around and enter the meeting room so that the light switches and things would be appropriate and turn on sections of that room. So there is some adjustment that I'm concerned with. Not all of it was planned for, but I don't think it's going to be huge.
Did we not, I thought, didn't we budget 150 for that? Or didn't thought we put in our budget, but then we came in at like 70, was that
I
right?
thought 70 was the number that was in my head.
Thought we budgeted 150?
Look back and see what we had. I don't
I
remember.
don't remember what we budgeted.
I guess if you don't want to approve an increase to what's already there, then I'm asking for the latitude to, because it's ongoing, the latitude somehow to make these arrangements or adjustments on the fly so that we can keep the contract or the contractors working and moving and not have to pay trip charges, other things, or labor expenses that would increase this even more. I just don't know how to term or ask this, and Gary, you may, I'm going to have to make some decisions, and some of them may not be weekly.
He basically asked you to allow him to make some changes and to cap those changes at $7,500. That's about all you can do unless you want him to call a special meeting each time he has a change to make.
Right.
I mean, it's construction.
I,
It's gonna happen right there too. My opinion, but I mean, I'm okay with it. I mean, I know how difficult it is. We pay mobilization and demobilization fees 7 times because we can't get answers. And it just makes Sean's life a little harder whenever he trying to, run a construction site. So
Are we keeping Randy in the loop on it too? I mean, having him look at things for you to help?
He met with us, there at the site and showed us what we were talking about and was part of the decision-making process.
I mean, for some reason, I'm thinking we had budgeted 150 and we came in at 70. I don't know why I'm thinking that.
Here, I just found one back in August where Jason moved to approve up to 45,000 for the old district court remodeling project. And Jim seconded and that was approved.
What we put in the yearly budget, was it?
Well, I think we had that and other things all in the special building and so far, that's all I found on a limit on that.
Okay,
one.
so we're,
Approved.
so that's gonna mean we're moving up to 52.5. That's really what I wanted to know.
Yeah, I don't see any place else that we talked about an amount in the minutes on that.
I'm good with the increase. I think we're still in a good place at 52.5 on trying to get that office space usable.
You know what we spent over there so far?
I do not. I don't have a running total for that project. And I think with the way the building's going to come in, it might be a few weeks before I'll have anything substantial to hand you.
Okay. So if we raise it to 52.5, would that give you a little bit of leniency to continue on?
I'm considering some small electrical and the extra wainscoting and, anything else. If there was something that I could wait a week and come back to you on, I'm going to come back to you to change anything. But if it's something that's going to cost us more money to send people away and bring them back, I don't believe we should throw the money out the window in order to get the thing done.
You guys good with that?
I am.
I am too.
So I'll make a motion that we increase the cap from 45,000 to $52,500 on the judicial center.
I'll second. Motion been moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Can you get us a for sure end date on that then? When this will be done? Do they have a?
I will inquire and try to bring that back to you next week.
Okay.
The last thing I had for you, before we move on to Public Works, is the Park Lagoon project, is in full swing. And in looking at that project, like all things that you dig up, you find things, that you weren't expecting. We found some concrete in cell 1. And we anticipate to find the same thing in cell 2. We now know that concrete is where there's 2 sets of pipes coming into cell 1. There's the gravity flow from the bathhouse and the cabins above it coming in, and then there's a pipe coming from the marina on a pump system and a well down below, which has a valve system to disperse either to 1 or 2. The valve system that was there before was pretty much a slide-in board system to stop it from going to one place to the other. We are looking at a gate valve system. Jesse, and his background knowledge and his prior employment, he's helping me look at some things there. But we also are going to have to replace the 4-inch PVC that went out into those ponds. And I'm getting a bid on that this week. The reason I mention it to you is so that once I bring it back to you, you'll know about it. I will not have bids until next week. I've reached out to a local contractor, but I'm only going to be able to get 1 bid on it, maybe 2 at best, because as soon as they're done with this, we need to be swinging in to fix the pipes that go out into the lagoon, take out the 4-inch PVC, put in 6-inch metal, fix the gate valve and update it, all of which I don't think are going to be huge expenses compared to the overall project and the length of time it's been since it's been addressed. But we're modernizing it so 20 years from now, we don't go back and look and say, why wasn't this done and why wasn't it done appropriately at the appropriate time? So I'm going to bring those to you. I'll tell you what the gate valves and I'll tell you what the cost of putting that pipe in is going to be. But it's going to be in addition to what you've approved, which is 131,000 and some odd dollars for the dredging, along with the materials and the riprap that we're going back to repair it. So, but I do not, compared to the rest of the project, do not see this as a large increase or believe it's going to come in as a $30,000 bump. That's not what we're talking about. But I do want to, in full disclosure, why we were talking about the park today, let you know that there are some small systems on that lagoon that we have now identified because we've pulled away the material and know that we want to upgrade for the future so that we don't have issues in the future with them. Questions for me, commissioners?
I don't have any.
You all stick around for the road discussion, and if you're ready for them, or we need to take a break, or whatever we need to do.
We'll take a break.
Okay.
Are you guys in a hurry? We take a 5-minute recess. Before that, I want to open up the public comment, though. If anybody has any public comment, come up, state your name and what you'd like to say. No, nobody? All right. Well, I'd make a motion that we recess for 5 minutes. Come back at 11:45, it looks like. 11:47. 11:47, we'll be back.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Danny, there's
Oh, okay, thank you.
Oh, that's fine. I know we talked about it, and community approval from the commissioners. I, geez. Oh, I can do, I think I might have it, I don't know, we do a lot of. I do remember.
Yeah.
Well, you know what, fine, no. Well, someone told me that you guys actually do have nice chairs somewhere that is used in here.
You are? You gave me 5 minutes. I'm good. Thank you.
This is so funny. I, the city, why I don't hear anything, but we went like, super. It was a guy who was telling my fraternity, he had a son. And and he, the son, he was like my cross, maybe. And I was, I think I had my. Oh, dude.
All right, I think we're back in session. While we wait on the foremans to come back and they're grabbing some lunch, so while we do that, is there anything else we need to discuss? David, do you have anything?
Well, I've got some things for the POs and transfers, but that's not going to be real quick.
It won't be quick. Okay.
I mean, that'll-
Sean, do you have anything else while we wait for the foremans? We're not going to rush them.
Shift transfers and most of mine, if you have any questions, I can address.
I think you'll see that most minor equipment reserves to continue to add to those funds so that we can continue to improve the condition and the stability of our equipment program. You'll also see that closing, the money that's set aside in the landfill budget to go to closing is going there this year. And you'll see the road equipment fund request being very large. The reason it's very large is we're talking about the auction amount going over with it. So it's not larger than it is normally. It's just the other amount with it. So unless you have any specific questions when David gets to it, mine's going to be pretty cut and dry. It's all normal equipment reserve transfers, closing, and the largest one that is unexplainable, I've just explained that the reasoning for it is because of that auction.
Guys ready?
Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
I'm going to continue to eat, but. So I think why we asked you to come here is because you both are newer. We've never really talked about goals and expectations and how things are running. You got a little bit of, been in there for a minute, or a little bit. So we just want to hear from you guys on how things run, how we can help make it run better, what you guys expect of us and what we expect of you type thing. So just kind of a free for all. So where do you want to start?
As far as my shop's going, I mean, we're trying to get caught up on stuff that's been neglected. I've got tubes coming in today and Wednesday. As far as if the weather holds after the first year, I've got about 2 weeks of putting in tubes. I don't have any major projects. I've got a 4-foot tube on 1600 that's going to be kind of bug to get done, but other than that, I've got couple of tubes put on 1350, try to do an issue, drainage issue off that, feedlot. We're gonna raise the road about 1.5 foot. Put tubes under it, try to keep all that from silting in. But,
That's on 1350.
yeah, yeah, well, I'll have to get out there and talk to the foreman or landowner or whatever, let them know that we're gonna have to close that small section for, I don't know, half a day. I mean, we're just gonna put tubes in, clay it in, and raise the road. It's almost perfect for what we're doing. I mean, there's not much space in that dip, so raising that road's not gonna take a whole lot of.
So let me ask you this: when you do something like that, when you have a bigger size project like that, how do you determine who goes on that project? Who do you keep graders and graders in each district, and then you pull? Who do you pull to go do that? How do you do that?
Generally, I try to pull all of my truck drivers because I'm gonna need dump trucks out there. I'm gonna need skid steer out there. I'm gonna need the excavator out there. So I leave my road graders out, and then that road grader in that area will come through after when I say we're done, he'll come in and make that road.
Your number one priority, I mean, so whenever you're doing a schedule for your day or your week or however you do it, how do you, I mean, I know weather is a big part of it, but how do you, is there like priorities? Do you keep people on the road grader?
Yeah, my priorities are the majority of the year, I try to keep my road graders on their roads. There's always something that can or needs to be fixed. As far as what we do the rest of the time, it's as it comes to us. As I get service requests, I've got to look at equipment I've got, people I've got, what the weather's going to do, and adjust accordingly. I mean, it's just as service requests come in, the rest of the time, we're hauling rock to graders, we're looking at tubes, we're, cleaning bridges, we're doing whatever needs to be done to knock off all of our service requests and keep the county going.
And then mowers, we got part-time mowers, so they just gonna come,
Well, our mowers, we're pretty well done with mowing right now. And I've already talked to Sean about getting on early to get mowers for the South District. Because I didn't have any mowers when I took over in July, and we were way behind, and we had chip seal, we had paving, and it's hard to find guys to do all that and mow and grade roads.
how old do you have to be to work for the county? Like that?
18.
You have to be 18?
Yeah, it's already been on my mind as if we could find some high school
Yeah,
students.
you're obviously running that program over there.
The program over there, but they have to be 18.
Is there any way we can change that to do like, to have them come after school?
I think that's state.
I think for operating that type of equipment, that's a liability issue, is why it's said there.
But you're not asking to change the age. You're asking, can we have them come sooner?
I'm just asking if we can get them, I mean, because that'd be, not only would we be knocking out a little bit if they're on the work release program, then we also, there's a good possibility that they'll just continue on with us in the county after they graduate.
That's what Sean and I talked about was I thought it was a good opportunity to get them in here and, maybe 1 out of 3, we might actually be able to roll over to a full time, but they have to be 18 in order to work for us. And a lot of the kids, by the time they're 18, they're out of school, they're looking beyond a summer mowing job.
Right.
So that's the difficulty we're at now is to find part-time help. You gotta find people who are looking for part-time work. And if you got any suggestions, I'll take them because I've got to fill 3 mowers and a boom mower.
I still think somebody should still reach out to the whoever they are to the school districts and let them know. I mean, there is some kid that turned 18 maybe after Christmas that, you know, would enter into something beyond mowing or with us. I don't know. I
Well,
mean,
Sean and I've talked about reaching out to the Stars. They had a couple of, young men that were 18 and we told them come in, fill out an application. I mean, we can't drag them in here.
yeah, no, I agree.
But I'd love to be able to find, like I say, I've got three brush hogs and a boom mower that we need to get out and try to hit bridges and get culverts mowed. So hopefully after we get done with the beginning of the new year, we can start game planning how we're going to get people in here.
How's the mulchers working on the,
Pretty good. Mine's out in the southeast corner of the county. I'm just trying to work across so that way we can grid it off and I can, you know, mark down this area is done, this area is done. I think it's working out great. It's just it's a slow process. It's not a boom mower, you know, just nipping off ends, but if you've been down Montgomery, south of the school, we ran that out. I thought that turned out looking really good, and it widened that out a lot.
So if you have an extra guy, you just put him in that and.
Yep. I have an operator that's what he does. Because.
So when you did that, when you redistricted your graders, correct?
Yes. I tried hot seating it, and it took Will about a week and a half to really get, you know, this is the size of log I can do. This is how fast I have to feed it. You know, you can't just go out there and swipe it like you would a boom mower. So I'm trying to keep him in that.
Does he take a boom mower out there first and get that out of the way first and then do it?
No, we don't need a boom mower.
We sold those.
Well,
for the most part.
we have the one.
The one.
And when it comes to mowing season, it's going to be busy trying to cut all the culverts and bridges in the county. I mean, it's going to have to do both north and south. But what he ends up doing is any branches that fall before he moves on, he pushes them in a pile, drops the mulcher on it.
Shreds them up.
Yep. And we move on. There's no going back to clean up.
Those they're too big for a blade. They don't have blades on them, do they?
It's got a small.
Oh, it's got a small one.
Yeah.
Do we ever do any kind of, I mean, while we're there doing the trees in the right of way, do we ever mess with any of the ditches?
Not while we're doing that. The problem with it right now is we can't take all the implements out with it. And then if we did, then we're leaving a low boy
City.
narrow road, and that's going to cause congestion, or somebody needs to get through with a big piece of equipment, you know, then we're impeding them. But as far as our ditching goes, ditching's an as needed. I mean,
We're in major need of it around
well,
here.
it's one of those things.
That's where I feel like,
It can't be wet.
and then when it's not wet, we're using somebody on a grader instead. And if it's grading, then we're taking them off grading, putting on a ditch.
Well, our road graders, that's what part of their job is ditching. But ditching's not as easy as just sending a road grader. Mark Johnston has a great area in his area in Lacine because majority of his ditches he can roll out onto the farmers. Well, if you got a fence or a fence row, or you can't do that. So that means pulling it up onto the road. Well, what do you got to do with that dirt? You got to have a skid steer out there. You got to have trucks out there to haul it off.
And see, that's where this is me personally, and that's why I want to talk to you guys, because you guys are experts at it. You guys deal with it every day. Would it not be beneficial for the county to have maybe a two-man operation, a guy with a dump truck and a trailer, big equipment trailer with a skid steer and an excavator on it, and cleaning a ditch out all times, and then loading that dirt into a semi or into a truck so it's not sloping back into the ditch, and just do that all the time? Would that be not beneficial? I mean,
Well,
I'm a restoration guy, so I'm like,
It,
it's pointless to put gravel on a road that's not prepped for it.
it would be, but an excavator's not the tool in every place.
No, I understand
I
that.
mean, some places it's gonna be too much. Some places you're gonna need an extra piece of equipment. I mean,
I know the situation's
we,
never
we
going to be
try, we
perfect.
try to maintain keeping water off the roads and ditching when we get, I mean,
But wouldn't you agree that a lot of the roads are 3 to 4 inches high, or the grass is 3 to 4 inches higher on the side of the road than the road?
that would be on blade operator. He needs to go cut the edges off of his roads.
Yeah, but if you don't have no ditch to go into it.
Then you're gonna have to ditch it. I mean, without a specific location, Danny, I can't.
No, that's what I'm asking you to do. I mean, I think it'd be beneficial to have a full-time ditching crew that did like a section at a time, and that's all they did.
The roughest thing with that, Danny, is you run into a crew that just does ditching, and then you have your blade operator come back. Let's say they don't get everything cleaned up, so like, oh, the blade's coming back, you can just roll that back across the road. That creates an extra hour and a half of work for that blade operator to go smooth that dirt out, bring it back and forth. And where, you know, we have an area up in District 1 that we've sat and discussed, a half a mile area, we need to go in, ditch it out, but we also have to go in with a dump truck and a loader, load it in the truck to haul it off. So these areas, like I've only been here about a month, we are locating these areas so we can go in and ditch and can improve those areas. But it's something, I don't think necessarily you can get a full-time crew all the time to go and ditch. We run into, you know, in that area, you'll have to call it in. You gotta wait your 3 days. So it would have to be a constant call in, blue stakes, their responsibility, our
And then
responsibility
you've only got 2
to get
weeks
that
work.
done.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I just feel like our rock budgets went up since I've been here from 400 to probably 900,000.
Well, that's because
They've
I mean,
raised rates,
we're
it's sold.
raising the cost of rock.
I understand it, but we also don't have the perfect ideal road to be putting gravel on. I mean, I'm more, it's just like you want to put paint on a rotted wall.
Right.
I mean, that's just,
The toughest, so since I've been here, I've tried to make like bus routes a priority. Those kids are our future. We need to make sure those roads are upkept. My blade operators up there, and I'm pretty sure Denny's are the same, they know what their high traffic roads are. Those roads take more attention and more maintenance, more time to do those things to keep those roads up. And it's not that we're neglecting the side roads, but you have those high traffic roads that our fire trucks are gonna go down, our ambulances are gonna go down, the postman runs up and down it, our buses run up and down. So they do take a little more time before we can get to these other roads to maintain ditching, crowning the roads and hauling rock.
I'll tell you, there's a road, which I turned it in again, but it's 1600 road at 1077
I've
going
got-
west.
I've got-
It's terrible.
I've got a blade operator. He was gonna go hit 1350 and head that way.
It's
It gets beat. You know, they just rocked it last week or the week before. I mean, that's 1350, 1525.
I drive both of them. I know what they look like.
They get beat up, and you know the hope is that the majority of the blade operators area is at maintenance levels, where you can run through and pull the rock from one side to the other. The road will hold up, and then you go hit these roads that get beat up. For me, when I ran a blade, state line, 1850. I mean, they get beat down with truck traffic and I mean, you could almost go out and run them every day.
But like what you said, as far as operators going out to the fields, there's a lot of opportunities out there. I think if we reach out to the landowners where there's open fields, that the landowners will be glad to take the dirt.
And
That's what we have to do, is reach out and get the
That's what we
landowners.
try to do, but the problem is where we end up with fences and, you know, we don't want to get in the business of replacing.
There's opportunities
Right.
out there on farm, like you say, when
Yeah.
you do it, you can't throw it into the fence, but there's
No.
open fields
Oh,
where
yeah.
we can get it, and we don't have to mess with it.
And that's what we try to do. We did faucet, put a tube in across there, re-ditch that. We've gotten most of the water off that road, but I had 2 blades, 3 dump trucks. I mean, we were hauling dirt and dust and everything out of there because there's nowhere to go with it. I've got,
How long, if you use a grader to do, how big of a, or how many miles of a stretch of a road can you do in a day with a grader?
Of ditching?
Yeah.
it
Or how-
depends on how your ditch is.
And how big?
I mean,
How deep?
if you've got a fairly easy run of it, you could probably do a couple miles of ditch. I mean, but you're rolling that over, cutting your ditch line, getting your water going. Some places you're doing a quarter of a mile.
And you have to pull the grader off the road to do it. On a-
Well, they're going to be on their roads. I mean,
It's our area that they're.
yeah. And you've got pretty much June, July, and August to do it.
I know, that's the
When it-
problem.
when
'Cause I rely on our road as a justifiable factor to pay taxes in the county. I mean,
When it's hot and dry is when you need to be ditching.
And is that when we do a lot of asphalt too?
That's also when we're doing asphalt and chip and seal. I try to rotate guys through so that, whoever's helping chip seal this week is back in their area next week. But it's the cost of doing business. We just don't have enough employees to run all the crews and make it all work.
I agree. I mean, do we have a plan on, do we think we're doing it the best, the ditching and?
I think that we're doing it the best that we can do it without going out and dropping, 2-3 more employees and, more $100,000 equipment. I haven't really gotten an opportunity to do much pushing down ditches because we did the big ditching projects that we needed to do this summer, but I have a plan to start putting operators in ditches this next summer as we can.
But that's because you're trying to clean up, trying to take care of things that haven't been exactly addressed.
Things have been neglected over the years. I mean, and I came into, 10 or 12 tubes that were supposed to be put in that were just sitting in ditches. I mean, that's time to do those. That's what we're trying to get caught up now with, we get these new tubes in, take a week or two and just bust out putting in culverts. I mean, the ditching does need to be worked on. We've got some operators who are good about identifying and doing it, and we've got some new operators who aren't sure of themselves. The only thing we can do is put them in a ditch and
Train them.
let them get it figured out.
How do we do the training with them?
Well, when I did, Mike would take me out to an easy ditch and say, ditch it. And come back and say, okay, that looks good, or, you need to roll that a little bit more, you need to cut, which it's discussed before you send them out. But on a couple of ditching projects, I had no clue. I went out with Mark Johnson. You send another blade operator out there to show them how to do it. You take that blade operator off a road for a day, but it's
training them.
Teach a man to fish or feed a man to fish.
I know here, was it a year or two ago, we brought in somebody for some classes, didn't we not? That instructed a class, Sean? Or what was it?
Right before I came
We
on
did,
this
but then-
position, we did.
Was that beneficial, do you think?
I believe the operators found it beneficial.
Is that something that you guys ever thought about or discussed or want to do?
I've talked about, trying to do a ditching class with our guys that are really confident, can turn a ditch and get everybody there so they can see what, the appropriate action to take. They can ask questions right there on the spot and try to get some of this stuff figured out.
Will any of that type of training and stuff help with insurance, David?
I don't know.
anyone else got any questions? I'm asking all the questions.
For me, my biggest thing is work service requests. If I'm not getting service requests, if I don't hear from my operators, no news is good news. So, if you've got people, you know,
Complaining.
blowing on your ear, have them call the annex, put in a service request, then I've got it on my phone, and there's no question of what we're doing or where we're doing it at.
To add to a discussion that you had earlier, and I heard Denny mention manpower, we will be turning over in manpower this year with retirees. We have applicants in the pool that we have not interviewed. Obviously, the foremans have been getting their groundwork done in their shops, figuring out what they need. But also, we have 2 in the CDL program, so I have tried to keep no more than 2 in that program because it's done well and we've been able to train our own CDL operators. But there is a slowdown in that and a bottleneck to that. The only thing I can do to enhance that would be open up because anyone that has a B can train a B. Anyone that has an A can train an A or a B. Drivers, the only thing I can do to quicken that process is open up a trainer in each shop so that instead of what we're doing now where they do their studying, their permitting, and then when they go to behind the wheel, they go down to Kevin and work with him, and I try to keep the numbers manageable for him. We open up more trainers in those shops, which we can do.
What about reassigning the graders over to Tom? What are your thoughts on that, guys?
Honestly, I think that's probably a good idea. There's already a foreman over there. I mean, like say, if I don't hear from Dawn, I think life's grand. And if they're over there reporting to Todd, Todd knows what they're doing day to day. I mean, that would take a satellite off of me.
You've got one too.
Either way is good with that. Todd's there, Franklin's there.
Yeah.
I try to keep touch base with Franklin daily just to make sure he's got what he needs. Same thing with my Parker guy. Kevin, make sure he's got what he needs.
Well, you guys have a guy at Parker every day?
Yes, sir. We have a blade stationed over there.
I knew you had one, but,
Yep.
And like how are things going on the north end of the county as far as?
Things are going pretty good. I come in with a list of things to do and we're just slowly taking on the big projects, mainly culvert replacements and bridge clean outs, and then take on some of the smaller requests that come in that aren't gonna take as long that we can get out and take care of them within a day. So, but things are going pretty good up there. Got a good group of guys.
does each blade operator take on and is actually responsible for keeping some ditches cleaned out? I mean, are we all doing ditch cleanup?
They should be. I mean, that's part of their job requirement.
Can we set, like, would it be beneficial to set numbers for them, like a month, or how would you feel about that?
That's kind of hard to do, to set, clean this many ditches in a month. I mean, it's all gonna be weather dependent, how are the roads? Because the roads are our priority. And most of that is, you can do a lot of cleaning ditches, not necessarily ditching any time of year. You're in that blade through there and clean out, stuff that's piled up or, if I can get through the mulching, we'll go through and clean that stuff out. Send skid steer out with a grapple and a dump truck and pick all these logs up, ditches and get that cleaned up. It's, you got to figure out what the priority is today.
Well, me, I'm a restoration guy. I'm all about trying to get the ditches going so that we stop spending as much money on gravel. And, that's where I'm at, but I'm not the professional in that field, so.
It's just, the best I could do for you as far as setting goals is to give you, a project or two per quarter that I think we can get done, and just bust them out as we get a chance, because the things I'm looking at are major reworks. I mean, I've got some on Quail that we're gonna have to pretty much redig all the ditches and move all that dirt, and it's not gonna be a one-day, one-man project.
No, that's,
But as
Now, who
far as,
reaches out to the landowners for you guys to get, if we had someone that would take the dirt, is what I'm saying.
usually I leave that to the blade operators. If they don't know, because most of them know the people on their routes. If they don't, then I come in, figure out who owns that parcel, and then reach out to them, get a liability waiver, talk to them about, where they want. We're not gonna go out and spread that all the way across their farm, but we'll roll it up on them and they can do with it what they want. That's generally,
In the fall and the spring, early spring's a good time because guys usually don't have a crop.
well, and that's what,
I mean, even through the winter, if it works out, that's the time to
Yeah.
get into the fields.
that's what we.
you all right?
Sorry, my ears ringing. That's generally when you want to try to do those ditching projects is when they've gotten crops out. And you
Right.
throw that back on them, and that's what we're going to try to do in this next year. Is
What do we
more
typically
ditching.
do now? Do we roll it back up on the back slope and then it'll slope, and it silts back in?
In some places you can. I'm not really care for throwing it on the back slope because all you're doing is moving your ditch closer to your road, and then pretty soon you're narrowing your road. In some places you can do that, but in the majority of places it's not really the best thing to do. I mean, the best thing to do is you're going to roll on your fore slope and your back slope, move your ditch back to where it needs to be, cut your ditch in, and level your shoulder so that your road will crown and water run off of it. It's, like I say, it's not an easy, we've had in the past some operators that was their, I'll just throw it up on the back slope and I can do 3 miles of ditch in a day. Well, as you narrow those roads, you're only causing yourself more problems.
What else we got? What do you guys expect from us?
See something, let us know.
Yeah,
Turn in service tickets.
service requests.
Give us some service
I mean,
requests.
That's the biggest thing. If I'm not hearing about it, I don't know about it. I mean, I got a lot of miles a day to try to cover and look at stuff.
I gave you the one, and like I said, I hear about that road quite often.
We're gonna try to keep hitting it.
Okay.
I'm at a bad time of year to try to fix roads with being as wet as, as they.
Jesse and Denny, both being new foremans, not only have done quite a little bit of work to try to get a good grasp of their area, work with their team, put people in the right places, but they've also done a lot of background work that doesn't really get noticed as often. I have, while they've been doing this, pressuring all the shops to do a good job of cleaning up their shop, their area, making it presentable, making it a work environment where we don't spend 3 hours to get a 1 hour job to climb over things in their shops or to have to go around things to look for projects that we've set on the shelf. And they've both done a very good job. Their mechanics, their shop personnel have all worked with them. I know Jesse's also doing some work on a building at his location, but in the future, you're going to see the equipment list that they've worked very hard to get me coming forward. And it's going to have everything from heavy equipment to tire machines on it that they need to service their shops and things coming forward. And I look forward to finishing out that list and working with them to get the people that we've been pushing pretty hard throughout the year that we're shorthanded, getting them the equipment they need to keep doing a good job.
Speaking of equipment, something I would like is 3 rock savers. We've got 3 blades that don't have rock savers. And if you want to see your rock budget go down,
Well, explain what a rock saver is to me.
it's
Middle tooth,
On the front.
on the front of a
Do we have
grader.
a few of those already?
I've got a
we-
couple in my area, yeah.
all but 3 blades have them. The rest of them have,
Can't remember exactly what it's called.
scarifiers, and they're not, I want to keep them because they do have a purpose.
Which ones have the diamond teeth?
Those are the rock savers. And I can take a rock saver out and dig up rock on the majority of my roads. Look like I've had rock trucks running up and down it all day. They're invaluable if you use them. Now, some places you can't use them.
So how do you determine? Because and I'll be true, I've never seen one down every time I've passed a grade. I've never seen it being used.
How do you determine where you can use it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, when do you? How do you?
You put it down. If you're pulling up mud, you can't use it there.
So it should be down majority of the time.
No.
It's mainly used to do potholes, entrances onto paved roads. Once you get your potholes dug out, they're great for that because you can go through, rake them up, use your blade, your mow board, roll them back and forth. And that rock saver, you get a blade that gets close to a paved road. You don't really want to back drag with your blade. So you take your rock saver, put it down and drag everything back. And due to having all those teeth on them, those buttons on them, it'll help disperse that rock and drag it back. Where it's V-bladed coming back, you're pulling material with you instead of, I can't get it. You're grabbing everything you need.
And some of your roads that get beat up, instead of rolling rock over them or throwing rock on them, you drop your rock saver and you pull that rock back out. You cut all those washboards, all those potholes, everything out of it. And
Mark was doing that in our area last week using his rock saver, so I have seen them with them down.
I think
It's a dumb question I asked because you're mad at me over it.
I'm not mad at you.
I think
I haven't seen it used, and I know on my road it's not been used. So, my road is horrible. So, and I hear from 900 road dead end. I don't want no special treatment. I'm just saying it's very, very riffled. It's very bad.
It's washboard.
Very bad.
He wants it paved.
No, I don't want no work done to it.
I can get you a quote on how much I should pave it. It's about the best I can do for you.
Why I asked is because Jackie came to us here a few years ago and wanted to buy 7 of them, I believe, and we turned him down, but said we want to hear what these first couple will do, and we never heard back since. So
I love mine. Like I say, I can go down a road, and when they're hard packed in the summer, instead of throwing more rock on them, you drop that rock saver. I mean, it takes you a day to do 2-3 miles because you're pulling all that rock up and then moving it around on the road, but it'll save you in lots of rock. I mean, I need to go out and do some training on how to use them because a lot of guys just barely scratch the surface, but you can bury those things, and as long as you're not hitting dirt and running up your base, you can pull all that rock up. I think they're great, and I'd like to have.
You agree?
Oh, yeah.
I'd like to have the two of my blades
Like
that
it, I
don't
use
have
them
them.
every
you
day,
push your guys to use them a lot, yeah.
every day.
So do you have any that don't have them?
He's got Franklin and
I got
Pleasanton.
Franklin's blade, the only blade that doesn't have one.
But that's toward the roads where Danny's.
Yeah.
Well, he's north. He's got
1100
1,000 north, and I'm 1,000 south.
But he's got one of those scar fires on the front of his.
Franklin.
Well, it's like it's just a ripper bar is all he's
Yeah.
got on the front of his. So,
Tooth ripper.
Okay.
which we
And
like to put
I've
one
got
on
2
his.
blades that don't have it.
Did Jackie buy those used? Do you know? Do they have carbon teeth on them or something?
They've got replaceable teeth. They just, the one I had just had little pins on them. You pop them out and drop a tooth out, put a new tooth in. But Mark says he's never seen them be replaced. So they last a long time. I mean, as long as you're not hitting concrete or something, I mean, those carbides shouldn't really wear that much.
So you're not supposed to take them across a bridge.
And it probably shouldn't. I mean, it's a good way to straighten the blade then.
So you guys anything else? You guys got anything for us? I mean,
That's my big ask is rock savers.
what do you got?
Nothing right now. Just if you see something, just put in a request and get it put on our schedule, get it taken care of.
Service request.
Sounds good.
We try to knock them out as
Get 'em.
we get them.
And I know, I don't think we could ever get enough training. So I mean, if there, and that's how I feel about these guys, but if there is opportunity for us to bring somebody in to help these guys show, I mean,
Well, and Sean and I have talked about training and stuff. And what I've implemented in the shop is the first Monday of every month, we sit down and we talk about things that are pertinent to the job. We've gone over, safety lights and vests and all that. And Sean's been, we had K-Work in here with the grader and was a plow and defensive driving and stuff. So we're trying to do those every other month and do shop training the other months. Because I think that's something that's been woefully missed in the county is taking the time to discuss this stuff, to train this stuff, and just sending guys out and saying, oh, they'll figure it out. And then they don't figure it out, and all you do is reinforce bad habits.
that's why we brought you in here. We want to hear from you guys and figure out what we can do better for you. And
That's what we're trying to do.
Yep.
It's just, you can only do so much at a time. I don't want to overwhelm anybody with one thing, but we're just trying to hit things that we see on a daily basis and reinforce those good habits.
if you guys got better ways, I'm open to hearing what your ideas and stuff. You guys do it every day, so you make it go round. So I'm all ears. Anytime you guys have anything to say, or whoever wants to talk about it, don't put yourself through hell trying to wish and could have, and just come and talk about it, and we'll figure it out. Is that how you guys
I can
do it?
get you a wish list, really.
I'll get you mine.
I mean,
Thank you, guys.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Jessica, do you have anything? Do you need to talk with us? No?
I have.
Okay. All right, Al. Are you ready for us? Did you listen to the meeting last week?
Yes.
So how'd you feel about that? Do you have any questions, concerns, comments,
As far as,
anything?
no, not really. I mean,
We're just looking at you because we know you're the guy there, so you
Yeah.
deal with it every day.
I don't know. The Tony, he makes a lot of sense, as far as keeping everything kind of consolidated. To me, yeah, it sounds like a pretty good deal to me. I know he called me one day last week. He was kind of concerned with the firing range that's to the east of the landfill. I told him I didn't think that would really be an issue. I think we've got plenty of property between
Yeah.
that pit and that firing range. So that kind of eased his mind a little bit.
There's pretty high berms there too, in there. I mean,
Yeah. They're all old coal dumps is what they are. But, yeah.
So
How are the repairs for the transfer station that we've done working out?
It's working really well. Yeah. It's keeping everything clean, as clean as you can keep one anyway. But yeah, it's working really good.
And as far as sending loads to Iola and stuff that way, Arcadia?
It's working out good. Yeah. My guys, I've talked to them, they said they'd rather go to Allen County, because Oak Grove
whenever you back in at Oak Grove, you're backing over everything. Everything is being dumped. I guess that's not the case in Allen County.
Blacktop to it, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
That's what I think.
I mean, is that what we're gonna determine?
We go through quite a bit of tires just because we're backing over that stuff.
Okay.
What about,
So,
go ahead.
What are your thoughts on replacing the transfer station? Since we've got it fixed, is everything working better, or is it still something that needs addressed, or?
To me, it's still something that needs addressed.
Okay.
Our compactor unit, it's been giving us trouble. We've had to start replacing parts on it. It doesn't pack as hard as it should.
So we're taking less weight?
Actually, well, whenever it's not running right, yeah, we're taking, because it seems like it gets kind of warm because these motors are inside the hydraulic tank. It seems like once it gets warm, it just doesn't pack like.
So you spend a lot of time repairing those in-house?
Repairing?
Yeah, you guys, you and your guys have to fix them a lot?
We do what we can. I mean, it's not really a lot. Just every once in a while, one will go haywire, and we'll have to try and figure out what's wrong with it. And then if we can't, then we have to go somewhere else. So we are up to around 15 ton just on Tuesdays. So there's two guys pretty much all day. That's all they do is push trash.
For commercial dumping?
For commercial dumping.
And we're charging those carriers to dump that?
We are.
Was our pricing, I mean, are we up to date on our pricing on that, do you feel?
I think we're pretty close. I mean, I still think we're pretty cheap.
We updated it last year.
Yeah, we upped it last year.
So who all dumps there? Or which two companies? Is it two?
Yeah.
Which ones are they?
Well, there's three actually. Jay Duncombe out of Parker dumps there. He'll dump an open top every once in a while in the trash room. And then we got Waste Management on Tuesday. And then ECKR, they dump Tuesday, Thursday.
Where are those two based out of? Are they here in Linn County?
Waste Management's out of Miami County.
So
they're out of Lewisburg.
They bought L&K.
So how do we know? Do they have their own landfill, or how do we know that we're not getting Miami trash coming here?
We don't.
We don't know.
We don't know.
They're gonna dump wherever it's closest, right?
Maybe. I mean, it could just be different factors. I mean, he might have to leave early to run another route somewhere.
Miami County, if it's Miami County, they got to go to Johnson County, right?
There's a
Franklin.
a transfer station there at Paola.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and that's what I'm saying is that I don't think they're just hauling trash down and putting additional miles and spending more money on fuel to dump at us.
But if they have a truck that's already came from there and they're finishing up their load here in Linn County, then I mean, aren't we on commercial debris? Aren't we on people's butts about in-county dumping only type stuff? I mean,
Well, I mean, taxpayers are paying for it.
Right.
But like on the commercial dumping, are the taxpayers paying for it? Because aren't we supposed to be passing those costs on to those commercial dumpers?
We do charge them.
So if we're not meeting where we need to, I think we need to be raising rates.
I agree.
I mean, they don't have a problem in raising rates on the people who are using it.
Yes.
You know, every
I
year
agree.
they're raising my rates for my dumpster.
Well, we used to have a resolution in place that you had to be based out of Linn County to even dump at our transfer station.
Right, but
I don't understand why we would be
Catering to
we're
Waste
doing all
Management,
the
yes.
hard work for these guys that are making a profit off of each dumpster at someone's house.
Yeah.
I don't think that's okay.
I mean, we're doing all the hard work.
I mean, we're spending $2 million on a transfer station trying to figure it out. I mean, we're taking their trash.
But we're not just gonna use the transfer station on commercial trash. We're gonna use it on our compactor sites and stuff that way as well.
No, I agree, yeah. But I mean,
You know,
it's,
but-
so
Yeah, once we transition, yeah.
how many tons of commercial trash do we take out of those trucks, do you think? Do you know,
In a week?
compared to like just normal households?
Oh, normal household? Oh, man.
A lot?
Yeah.
So we're getting screwed.
Uh,
I'll say it.
that's one way to put it. Yeah.
How much are we taking in commercial trash?
As far as every week,
Yes.
I'm gonna guess probably right at 30 ton.
And how much are we taking off the compactors?
Ooh. It kind of varies because, I mean, sometimes we might just pull 3 compactor sites, but then some weeks we pull them all. It's just, they're averaging probably 5 ton.
Per compactor?
Yeah.
I mean, so we have a free trash dump service for everybody in the county that lives here.
Right.
And then we have other companies that they're not from Linn County coming here and charging, I don't even know how much they charge for a dumpster. I'm talking like household people. So some of our citizens are getting double charged for trash and they don't even really know it. I mean,
Well, that's their choice if they're hiring somebody to.
no, I get it, but I don't feel like that I think we should be making money off these commercial haulers. Do you guys not? I mean, it's wear and tear on our trucks. I mean, we have
I'm not sitting here saying that we shouldn't. I said that if we're not making it work, we need to be increasing our prices, Danny.
well, yeah, I mean, I don't think we should make it easy. I mean, I don't think we should.
But I also don't want to see you go and say that we're going to limit to only companies that are in Linn County, because that's going to make them raise the rate at my house for my dumpster, because they're going to have to haul it farther away, right?
No, I get that. I mean, we do have, we have dumpsters that need to be dumped. So I mean, I get that.
You know,
But here we are.
started out when we added a dumpster, we had a local trash hauler that, sold out. That's how we ended up where we are.
How do you feel about it?
Uh,
You see it every day. Give us your opinion.
It keeps 2 guys on Tuesday tied up. I mean, they can't get anything else done. They're just pushing trash. And we barely get done before KDHE says we can't have anything on the tipping floor once everybody leaves, once we close.
You have to clean it up.
We're right at that point where we're not going to be able to keep up.
So can we get what the other transfer stations are charging around us and look at our pricing?
We can do a study of tonnage and pricing for, I assume you'd want it for either one price or residential commercial breakdown.
I think what we're doing.
Well, as far as the gate rate, I think the gate rate's pretty much the same across the scales. As far as residential or commercial, I think it's pretty much the same.
I mean, are we making money on it, or should they just be going and taking on to the next transfer station instead of us being a middleman? I mean, we're going to spend $2 million on it.
In my opinion, we're not making any money on it, no.
You feel like we're losing money?
Because you're buying fuel, you're paying for a skid steer, you're paying for a truck, you're paying for 2 guys to stand there all day. And
What are you talking about, $2 million?
Whatever that project cost.
Okay, so I mean, we've got multiple projects in that $2 million. Some of that's our,
I'm not being specific. I'm just saying, I don't think we're getting the best deal here. I think we need to figure it out.
but I mean, that's opening cells on our construction debris, that's closing cells that we have, that's raising cells, the transfer station part. We're talking 1.2 million. Last week, they said we could cut out 225,000 of that possibly, so we're only talking $1 million on that instead of.
Excuse me, we won't discuss it. I don't, that's what I'm trying, all day today, I feel like I've been trying to discuss, like, make sure we're doing everything correctly, and
I'm not frustrated with you, Danny. I'm trying to make sure that we're looking at each individual piece. That's all I'm saying.
me too.
And as far as the tire monofill, as far as I can kind of project, I don't know for sure, but I'm guessing we're going to have probably a year and a half left on it, and it'll be full.
Do we have a plan for it after it's?
We do have a plan for an extension, but where we overfilled cell 2, it actually ran into where the tire monofill was going to go. So, I mean, an engineer would probably have to come in and say, well, this ain't going to work, or this is going to work. And it also depends on where we put the, if you guys are going to put a building or a transfer station in there, it also depends on that, because our tire monofill runs right next to that fence that's back there, or our future cell.
Okay. Back to the transfer station. So us hauling directly to Iola, has that changed anything as far as our time requirements, our cost?
No, not really. I mean, it takes a little bit longer, but nothing really noticeable to go there compared to Grove.
And like what we were looking at with the transfer station, we were going to bring the compactors to the site, reload it, and save money in our operation.
Yeah, that way we don't have 2 trucks running, yeah.
That would save us a truck
Yes,
for the travels.
yes.
So I went in and looked with what we've got solid waste budget for next year. Excuse me. And if you subtract the income that we budgeted for solid waste from landfill fees and things, it comes out to less than the equivalent of 2 mills of taxes that funds this whole program. So if you look at that, and I just use my own house as an example, I'm paying a little under $39 for the whole year to support the solid waste program. So, I mean, I don't see, to me, that's pretty cheap for what we're doing. But then if I want somebody to pick up my trash and have to pay more, then, that's my choice to do that. But just the cost of the program is really cheap for our residents.
That's not counting the income, you said?
No, that's taking the income. Yeah.
Okay.
It's adjusting for that. And I'm not, I definitely don't have the most expensive house in the county, but it's not the cheapest either. So.
Thoughts? You got anything? How do you feel about it? I know you've done a lot of research on this stuff.
I'd like to look into the tipping for myself and see, and I don't know, the $1 million, I'm not too certain we can't get it done cheaper.
Well,
If we look at contractors, there's contractors in this county can pour concrete. And that's basically all we need is the concrete with the concrete walls and a roof over it. I don't know what it'll entail, but
I mean,
I believe Tony discussed, and it may not have been highlighted, but a geo study of the ground that goes onto may change the price, because without the geo study, you build it like a tank. You build more than what you have to have. With the geo study, they may be able to take back requirements that otherwise, adding material, rebar, other things that you wouldn't have to.
so what's that going to cost?
The geo study, and I'd have to reach out to him, but he did make a point to say that your cost on that facility could change if it didn't require a lot of extra
Beefing up.
compaction, a lot of extra concrete, extra
he said the geo study may save you a great deal of money, so.
Like I say, I just went and looked at the Anderson County, you know, I mean, I don't know. You know, I've looked at their transfer station.
Right.
Like I said, it all runs into money, but there's not a whole lot there, you know, as far as building and things. You got the truck, where the truck pulls in.
So what do we charge for a commercial
So you're-
hauler to dump a load a day? What'd you say it was?
I think it's $45 for MSW,
How much?
Do they weigh
45 per ton.
45 per
per
ton.
ton?
And what are we paying when we haul it out to dump?
I was thinking it was around $28.
$29.
If, yeah,
We have to shove it all into the compactor.
yes,
Right.
yeah.
It takes a
yeah,
lot of work to do that.
Yep.
Okay.
How much longer are our trucks gonna last?
I've got 2 trucks that have over 300,000 on them. And the newest truck I have is about 280,000.
You said someone said we had a resolution back in the day that you had to be in Linn County to dump
Yeah.
commercial trash?
Yeah, you had to be based at it. To be honest with you, I don't know.
I would guess when we're setting fees and regulations, we probably cancel the old ones, but
Yeah, it just kind of disappeared.
So if you're based in Linn County or out of county, we charge you the same amount per ton?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. You guys think that's, I mean, how many commercial haulers do we have here? 2? We have one over in Blue Mound?
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah.
You said Jay Duncan up by Parker. With his roll-offs. Right? That's what you said?
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't dump on the tipping floor every day, but
And there was, what's the other one?
Waste management.
ECKR,
Yeah, where are they from?
they're out of Blue Mountain.
Oh, okay, Blue Mountain, okay. So he's based out of Blue Mountain, does he dump at Iola or come all the way over here?
He usually dumps at our transfer station unless he's picking up out of county, and then he'll go to Allen County or Miami County.
So it's a proximity thing.
Yeah.
Once again, where he's closest
Well,
to is where
I mean,
he's
if it's out of county, he can't, he's got to dump it somewhere else. The transfer station, we just take in-county trash.
But we don't have no way to determine if that's.
We do not have any way to determine that.
But I mean, if we were to make sure that our fee schedule matched up with the counties surrounding us,
Yeah.
right?
That there
That
wouldn't
could-
be any incentive to come here.
Right.
No, why I'm asking those questions, because this is a concern when we went to KAC 2 weeks ago. I was in that class where I talked about this type of stuff, and this was a massive concern for a lot of people, so no one really had a good answer.
Okay.
I mean, your opinion, what would you think, we pay $45 a ton, I mean, I feel like it's low, but I don't know that market well, so.
That I really don't know. I mean, I'm sure different counties charge you different prices.
I'm sure that's something we can bring back to you by next week on a spreadsheet. And I can go Johnson South and then a couple counties.
Okay. That would work for me.
But I agree with you. I mean, if we can get as close as we can to everybody else, that would kind of deter anybody that would come straight here because they're getting a really good deal.
Do you feel like that if your transfer was based out of Linn County, you should get a better deal than
I mean, they're doing it for profit. We got to get rid of it. Like I said, we got 2 guys tied up all day on Tuesday,
It's hard to
plus our machine.
hold them to where it comes from though.
Yeah.
Well, and I mean, so we're gonna have different costs for different carriers?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking what you guys' thoughts on that is.
I guess
There's
I wouldn't,
always-
See how you can if he's hauling trash out of Linn County is what I'm saying. I don't know
I
how
don't-
you're gonna,
I don't think you can set up different rates for different ones. I think you need to have a one rate for everybody.
Got a lot of thoughts.
I agree with that. It should be one rate.
How much one of your compactors cost to replace?
Last time I priced a compactor, I believe it was around 15,000. But that's with the unit and the compactor. That's not with any receivers or anything. It's just,
You feel like any of the small community ones need replaced too? Or would you know that, or would that be more your question?
Well, Al would know the conditioning on, I'm just working on 2 specifically that the boards have gone out in upgrading those boards. And maybe separating some power issues to get away from an issue we've got in Parker. But certainly, it won't be long before we start the process, even if I do upgrades to them. That's staging on what's gonna happen, and pushing off what will eventually happen in the future anyway, which is upgrading and bringing in new equipment.
Which would run how much?
If it's 15 grand a compactor, and how many sites?
We got 7 sites, or how many sites do we have? How many compactor sites do we have?
we service 10, but 3 of them are,
Like communities?
yeah,
Are owned
they're
by
individually owned. We don't own
So
them.
when the equipment breaks down, the lake communities take care of it?
I'm
When the
sorry.
equipment breaks down, the lake communities take care
Yeah,
of it?
yeah, they have to service their own equipment.
How can we do that? How do we do that with them and not the municipalities? Is there a reason?
That's the contractual stuff that we're gonna get into with Gary about the new contracts with those sites and those cities. And that's something Gary's should be very near to bringing you the first copy of, so that you can review.
So I think it comes down to, Danny, from that perspective, we set up the ones, they asked for one to be
for
closer
an
to
extra
them.
one, we had them already set up in the cities and they asked for extras.
So instead of going to mountains, yeah, I get it.
Okay, that's the reason I think it's set up that way, where there's some that we own and there's some that they own.
They
The
chose
people
to have
from
it in
Tanglewood could haul to Lacine. They don't want to, so they bought a compactor.
Sugar Valley did the same thing and then
Linn Valley did the same thing.
But we do hold the permits on those.
What's that, you guys are discussing all that stuff?
We're gonna be discussing permitting, who's responsible for what, at what sites, whose equipment it is, and utilities. And so the new contracts will be something that we hand you a first blush of, you strike what you want, and we readjust it and bring it back.
And the cities that are involved in this?
They are not involved in the process until we get past and you, once you have what you want.
So we sit here and asked every one of them to give back insight on it. No one ever contacted you?
I have not been contacted other than discussions about Pleasant and prospective areas to move that machine in that site.
And Lacine doesn't want to do anything with changes on their site or anything along those lines. So they like how it's operating.
I bet they do.
Well, and I think once we look at it, we can have the discussion, but there's infrastructure like in Parker that's connected to it, to the power and other things. So we're gonna have a detailed discussion when Gary's ready with those. And it's just another part of the overall solid waste discussion.
And that's all I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to get no
And-
firecracker equipment here.
But I think we have to pull apart certain parts of the project and deal with them individually, because although they affect the other parts, they also deal with partners like the cities and stuff that don't affect this part or don't have a buy-in on the other half of it. So we're gonna have to somewhat in the beginning part these things out a little bit.
I just think we gotta assess everything and discuss it. I mean, it's, do you guys not agree?
Talk about it.
One thing I would say to you, and just reminding you, as we go through this discussion, Tony needs a go-ahead on the, and I'm gonna get this wrong, minor permit modification that he wants to submit the proposal to the state for you. He showed it to you when he came here, and he was asking for your permission to put in that minor permit modification to the state to be reviewed.
To raise the sales.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's an extra 4 years projected.
So this is the first part of it. I don't see a reason to slow the process down because it's gonna get slowed down on their level. But it also gets us closer to getting a longer period of time to find the changes in the financing that we need.
So do we need a resolution on that, or is that, how's that work?
I only need your permission to tell them to go ahead and submit it for the state, so I don't believe there needs to be a resolution for this part of it. I could be wrong, but in other aspects or things that you've given me permission to sign, you've simply voted and allowed me to go ahead and approve him submitting
What's his
something.
company called?
I'm sorry?
His company's called what?
Terracon.
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 I'll make a motion that we allow Tony with Terracon to submit his, plan for the
Minor modification.
minor modification for the sales at the landfill to the state.
I'll second it.
Motion been made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anything else on this? What else is going on out there? Anything that needs to be brought up, talked about?
Everything.
We've already discussed a lot, but if there's anything else. So,
No, everything's been running really smooth. So, yeah.
how would you feel if, did you listen to our plan about the tipping floor? If we put it right there in front of the tires, do you think we should have to move the scales? How do you feel about that?
That is gonna, just my opinion, I think it's gonna create a problem.
If we left them there?
No, if we move them.
Move the scales would create a problem.
Yes, because there's a lot of times that everybody will be gone and I might be there by myself, get a load in. I'll be pushing it, running a button, weighing trucks. If that scale's plumb out there, there's no way one guy can do all that.
So they'd come off the scales and then pull into the, how would you bring them back across? How do you feel that'd be the best option? Bring them around the building and back or around the front?
We could, yeah. I mean, we have the gate over there. I mean, they could go all the way around that building.
Well, and the biggest turn radius issue is with our walking floor trucks and trailers.
Yeah.
And my understanding is they hit the scales at their end destination. We don't need to wait going out.
No.
So the turning radius for them is just come in, go out. We don't actually need the scale for that big loop that we're talking about.
Yeah.
So the trucks that we would be weighing would have a much.
And coming in and out would be the commercial haulers.
Yes, and their turning radius would not be near as difficult to accommodate as the walking floor trailer.
You're right. Okay.
What else you got? Anything else?
That's it.
Thank you, Al.
Nothing? Good?
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Real quick, kind of on this same topic, you'd asked last week about how much ARPA money we have left to spend. I sent you the report, but we have $651,859 left to allocate. That has to be allocated by December 31st of 24 and spent by December 31st of 26. So, and we've already established that this can be used for our landfill operation. So if you want to allocate it for that, you can.
But and you're waiting to hear back on like Darren's?
Correct. I haven't heard yet on that. So that amount is not included in that.
Okay.
Is there any other items that were,
I don't have any other applications that you have not already decided on.
Okay.
so David, what about this fund that we have for the opening and closing a cell?
For the what?
For opening and closing a cell? Is that, how do we fund that? Would that be with the ARPA funds?
Well, excuse me. I have a line item in the contingency budget that for next year, I've budgeted 350,000 into that line item for landfill closing. Plus, we've got some available in the landfill budget.
Correct.
So that's getting us up to about where we needed to be from that report a couple of months ago or whatever it was. Now, if we start getting into more projects there, we may need more in the future. But I think we're in good shape for this coming year because it's really money we already had in contingency. I just allocated it to a line that's specific for that.
So would we be able to, I mean, is it necessary to use these funds for that? Or could we build up, for like the sale thing, could we build up the next, how long, 10 years? Make it work?
I would not use ARPA money for the cell closing because we have to have it spent by a deadline. If we're going to use ARPA money for the landfill, I would use it maybe for the walking floor trailer or the new tipping floor. I would not use it. We can't save it.
And we got to get that approved, or do we have to have that approved, or?
No, we've already done that. So when we first started talking about this several months ago, I checked with Taylor at Regional Planning Commission. We can use this money for walking floor trailer and the tipping floor, but we can't save it.
So along those lines, if we're looking at, Danny, how we're gonna fund things, you know, we're basically, once we get this expansion of the cells done, we're gonna be 9 to 10 years out. We probably need to be trying to start setting aside money for the next set of cells that we're gonna open.
Which will be done by that fund every year, right?
That would be my plan, is just budget it in there.
And, but doing it along those lines so that we're setting aside that money so that when that time comes, we're not sitting on that whole, you know, they're saying minimum 350,000, maximum 650,000. If we're spreading that out over 10 years.
So here's a way to look at it going down the road. Like I said, I've got 350 in that line item for next year. Some of that I made up with what we were budgeting for next year, just in making sure I build back up. But a lot of that was a transfer from just a contractual line item that was already there. But if we need to start building that up more, then we need to look at budgeting each year to increase that line item within that fund to keep building it up.
Right.
Whether we make it 25 or 50,000 a year over the next 10 years.
But I mean, I think we're in good shape for 2024, the way we've got it set up. But when we work on budgets for 25, we should look at adding to that line item to keep increasing that to cover, you know, new cells that we're gonna have, because we're gonna have to have money set aside for them.
Right.
And then if we get to where we're closing some of the cells we have, that's when we use some of that money to close those cells.
That's correct. And that would bring down the requirement, once you closed out those cells, bring down the requirement of the amount we'd have to have.
And that's why when you were saying the 2 million, that's why I was trying to point out that it's not.
I know, but I was just trying to get a point across that I want to figure it out, you know, so we have a long-term plan.
Well, and I think.
But I mean, we've already, I think the tipping floor is kind of independent of the cells. You know, we're going to have to close out the cells when they come due. We're setting aside money for that. Right. We're going to have to open cells. When we do that, we've kind of got our time frame set up. We've got a kind of an expected cost set up here. We can start allocating money back for opening those cells today as well, instead of waiting and things that way. Then beyond that, do we need to do the tipping floor? How are we going to pay for that? Where's that money coming from?
That's where ARPA could come in more on that, if we're doing it in the next
2 years, 3 years. Okay, That was all.
And that certainly is the intention of doing this expansion, give us time to plan it in the future. And Tony said, okay, if we've got 10 years, we want to have that permit process done, if that's our plan, 5 years down the road. So that we can start opening cells and doing things, because again, one storm event could change that 10-year projection. So we plan to succeed at this level, but we're going to give ourselves some comfort room and back it back out a little bit, so that if something does occur, that we're on a good timeline. And we need to do the finances that way too. We need to look at achieving our financial goal before that 10-year period.
Right.
Plans, that's all I wanted.
We're getting there.
I mean 2 years ago, didn't we raise a cellar, opened it, and we spent, how much was it? 20 grand? It was more than that, 120? With the airport bill? Where we had that.
Oh, where we did the dirt work?
Yeah, how much was that project?
I can't answer off the top of my head, but,
I'm just trying to do the next guy. Do.
yeah, I can tell you that we've kind of pulled those out, and we're trying to come up with a plan to project those out instead of catching them as they come. And same thing, when we get this lagoon project done at the park, I'm gonna come back to you and I'm gonna ask you to start putting money back for the maintenance on it and the long-term recovery, so you don't have this big hit all at once. And try to do a little future planning, and get that money set aside so that the hit isn't devastating all at once and we don't have to recoup all this at one time. And of course, in a 40-year maintenance cycle, now we're going to have to do a few repairs and some other stuff. So I would like to, similar to this project, plan those projects ahead and put the money back for those improvements and those maintenance issues that are going to cost us more than what our normal operating cost is.
I agree.
I need to, before we get down the road, and David's got other stuff going, an oversight on my part. We talked about cleaning up the shops. In the sign shop on the west end, we found a palletized group of recycled containers. Those containers were covered, and I mean covered in dirt and dust, haven't been used since they were purchased. There's 4 containers. They are commingled recycle containers. The only recycle program we have actively going in one of the schools in the county is Pleasanton. We've reached out to the superintendent. He's agreed to go ahead and take those containers for us since they don't have a home, and we'll gain the space in the shop instead of working around them. This is a photograph of them, and I apologize, but I should have had it on my agenda, have a resolution for you to allow me to get rid of those and turn them over to the schools so they can use them in their recycling program.
Didn't we provide them with a recycling trailer too, or no?
We've got one at that location, yes. This would be the front end of that, the in-school collection process, or the container inside the building, and then they'd take them out and they'd be responsible to take it out to the trailer and we collect the trailer.
So Pleasant's the only one that is involved with that?
That's the only recycle program we have actively going in a school system that I know about. And as I caveat other things, I'll tell you that I know about. Now, if there's an independent recycle program or one that's not to this degree that I don't know about, I'm not saying that other schools don't recycle. What I am saying is there's not another one that front to back is supported by our system like this one.
Was it Pleasant that helped us remodel the trailer? Was that? I might have been before you. I think Jackie was still here because he was.
No, I believe we did some painting and some other things. There may have, I remember it was a joint project, yes. And I don't remember the split or the details, but I know it was a joint venture.
Gotcha. I'm good with it. You guys good with it?
Yeah, it's fine.
I'll make a motion that we approve resolution 2023-52, which is the declaration of surplus property which are the 4 recycling boxes as part of the Pleasant recycling program. That's my motion.
I'll second it.
Motion to move and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It may be tomorrow sometime before I have it all worked up, but
We still, I'll get out of David's way so we can do these transfers and get done, but I do need to tell you that my only other oversight that I've caught so far is that I will be taking the back half of the week and working from home rather than taking complete leave, but I've got my grandchildren coming in for the back half of the week, so I will be Wednesday through Friday, I'll be working from home and available by phone.
do you have the list of the ones we talked about the other day?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Because I was making notes as we went, but I don't think I even brought mine with me. I've got some of mine I want to talk to you
Okay, would you like me to cover those?
about. That'd be great.
POs from the road, we're asking for 750,000. The reason that's over the normal 450, I said, is because of the auction money being moved over as well. Maintenance, we're asking for equipment reserve only at 10,000. Park, we're asking for, let me read my notes here. If I was correct, we're talking about 35 in the park or 30?
I had
35?
35 listed here, but I didn't get what all that was.
Okay, we're talking 35 in the park, and the contingency where we're talking about moving over the lagoon money if necessary. The project, the contractual part of the project is 131,000. We're asking to move, or I would ask to move 140 with the piping and the gates that we're looking at. And that's just moving money over to next year to finish this already approved project. We're adding a few maintenance items to it. So park contingency would be 140 and 35 for equipment reserve. Solid waste, we're talking about the closing, we said 50, but you already,
I think we're good without doing that on solid waste, because I've got 350 there already. We've still got some within that budget, so.
so if we have 50,000 that we're good on our closing and opening, and you've got 20,000 for equipment reserve, would it be unreasonable to say that we probably, with the equipment and the trucks that we have, we might want to move the total of 70 over?
I think so.
Noxious weed, 5,000 equipment reserve.
Now that one's to the equipment or noxious weed eradication, right?
Yes, I'm sorry, eradication.
They
I
have
put
their
the same
own
note.
reserve fund.
You are correct. And that is what I had for our notes from our meeting.
Okay. And the stuff on the park, the 35 and then the 140 contingency, we're just talking like to equipment reserve. We didn't.
Equipment reserve, but the 140 we're talking contingency, that's the lagoon project. That's the dredging, the pipe work.
We know who we're paying and.
Well, I know you're paying 131 to one company,
So I could actually do that as a PO to that company.
and then the rest, we're talking about the piping and the gate valves and things. And that I should have a bid by next week.
Okay. All right. And then I have some others.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
So treasurer wants to move 10,000 as a purchase order for postage. Excuse me. That's pretty typical on hers. She had a 10,000 last year. She actually spent 13,000 on postage this year. So we used that 10. She's got it left. So since she has it, she wants to purchase order it for postage for next year, and she will easily use over that in a year. So, another postage PO, I'd like to do 2,000 from election. Now, that's a lot more than normal for me for election. I think this year I only spent about 500, but I had one small election. Next year I've got 3 bigger elections, and my plan is to move Mound City and Stanton's voting back to here instead of the school, just because it works so much better for us to have it over here as opposed to being over at the school on at 9:30 the night before election trying to set it up.
So in your new room over there, will you be able to do that in there? Or can you do that?
No, I don't, there wouldn't be room
You can't walk in
for
there.
people, no, and I can't have people in around the equipment
Gotcha.
anyway. But we did it here for years. The only reason we ever moved it is because we thought we were gonna tear this building down. And then we didn't, so I wanna move it back. But in order to do that, I've gotta send a notice to everyone in Mound City and Stanton Townships. I've gotta send mail out on that, so I think 2,000 is a reasonable amount for postage for me for next year. And then the employee benefits, we have actually had a really good year on claims. I'm looking at $500,000 we can move over in a purchase order for next year's claims. So that will, I had only budgeted to move 100,000 when I did budget last summer, just in case we hit maximums this fall, and we didn't.
What did we move last year, David?
Last year we did do $500,000, but I didn't think we'd have that much left this year, but now we are. So that will in turn give me more money to work with when we're budgeting for
Because Jim's
2025.
Doctor for his cold.
Yeah. But it'll give us more money available when we're doing budgets the next time, that we can handle it without increasing levies to cover that.
Okay.
We're also planning on bidding out the health insurance this spring. We have moved over to a new consultant who's going to work with us on that. She thinks she can probably get us a better deal than we have now, still with good coverage and a good network, and at the least get a more competitive bid even from Blue Cross if they know we're looking other places too. So we have all that planned for this spring. Couple other things in the general fund. Pam for GIS looks like she should have about 10,000 left. She actually stopped in my office this morning and I told her to send me an email with the information. She has the Mid-America Regional Council for 911 requires trails to be mapped with appropriate signage. She had been conservative with her budget this year, preparing for this expense. She'd like to transfer money to cover expenses for 911 signs on the equine trail at the park. And she doesn't know how many will be needed yet, but then on top of that, she needs printers for her and Carol that are wearing out and would need to be replaced. So she would like to put a total of 10,000 into equipment reserve for those expenses for next year. And then one I had mentioned on mine at budget time was I want to start putting money away for election equipment. I think we're in that 4 or 5 years from now, somebody's going to need to look pretty serious about new election equipment. And I have almost nothing put away for it now. With only having one small election this year, I've got about 35,000 left there that I'd like to put away for that as a transfer to equipment reserve. So I think that's everything I have at the moment. No. I was relying on you guys to remind me what yours were.
Okay, so I'm requesting 10,000 to move in economic development to equipment reserve, and that is set back for industrial park improvements. And then we've also got extra in the budget for the airport. We've got 50,000 we could set back into equipment reserve. We are at some point going to have to resurface the runway. And also if we have some setback, that could also help sweeten the pot if we get somebody who's interested in being an FBO. If they have improvements that they want us to do, it would be good to have that reserve sitting back there.
50,000.
50 for the airport and 10 for Eco Devo.
And the Eco Devo, that's the engineering.
So that, all we have that specified is for industrial park improvements. So it could be engineering, it could be, we could use that if we're going to do actual utilities in there.
That's what you asked for a month ago or 2 months ago.
Okay, so for that was, what was it called?
Site ready.
site, getting it a certified site. And I've talked to regional economic developers. They thought our quote was way high. So I don't want to go with that at this point. I've gotten some contacts that other counties have used. I'm going to do some more research on that one. So we could use it towards that, yes. But I don't want to do that right this minute.
Okay.
But yes, we could use that towards, that would be an industrial park improvement, yes.
So, and that was it on yours, right? Just
Yes, just those two.
okay. So just a couple of comments. One, overall on all of this stuff. We just did a payroll last week. We've got one more payroll to go. We've got another round of bills to pay. I'm gonna get all these into my end of the year spreadsheet that I work with, check them against cash balances, budget balances, projected carryover balances, make sure that they'll all work. I've not gone through all of that yet. I've started plugging some of it in. But I wanted to get this into you so you guys could see what was going on, what direction we were going. So that'll give me this week to work on some projected numbers to use. I might need to adjust from what we're giving you today if some of the funds are not coming out. At a glance, I think we're in pretty good shape. But I want to make sure it is past time now that we could amend a budget. So I have to be very careful about not going over budget in any fund. And then narrowing down just a little more on some of it. You're talking about the airport. I know that's kind of an up in the air thing right now on what we're really going to do with it, and we don't know. Putting this in equipment reserve would put that money away, and if it gets to a point that we don't need to do anything with an airport, we sell it, we lease it, whatever, that money's in equipment reserve. There is nothing that says you guys can't use that for equipment somewhere else. It would not have to stay with the airport, because that reserve fund is just a reserve for equipment. I track.
You're the one who tracks, not.
I track everything that goes in it, where it came from, and we have always used it for those purposes. But in the case that if we don't have an airport anymore a few years down the road and we still have money that came from airport, there's nothing that says you couldn't use that to buy a solid waste truck or election equipment or, a furnace for the jail. It's just there as available money. So I just don't want you to feel like if you're determined to get rid of an airport that you don't want to put money away that came from that. It could be useful somewhere else down the road if we don't use it there.
All you have?
I think that's it. I think Randy wants to move money out of fire into special fire too, but I don't have the amount for his yet. I'm sure he wants to though, because he's got a fair amount left, and I know he's looking for trucks all the time for replacements. So that's probably going to be one we want to look at and see how much he's got left. And he did mention it. I didn't get any numbers from him.
Who else are you waiting on? Anybody else?
I don't think I probably have any others. I don't know what they would be at this point anyway. I know the appraiser's going to run too tight on budget, so there's not going to be anything left there to transfer, because that's one that they have a fund just for appraisers that they can put money in. But when we did the increase in wages during the year, that was going to throw them over budget. Well, then with Kathy leaving, we're not spending as much, so it brought it back down, but they're still not going to have any extra.
Okay.
And I guess we weren't doing anything with elderly or transportation. Are we okay on that?
That was where we had planned on using transportation to pay our percentage of the new van coming in this week.
So
Equipment reserve would pay the rest.
We're
And
gonna use equipment reserve money, and then when we get the reimbursement from the state, we'll put it back in there. So that one's really not a transfer you need to worry about in here. But we weren't doing anything else out of that budget. So I don't know. I mean, I don't necessarily need like a motion to approve all of this at the moment. I think probably my biggest thing is if the three of you had a major objection to anything we just talked about, you might want to tell me now so I don't work on making that transfer or PO. But if not, I can go ahead and get stuff ready, and then the final approvals can come next week when we're processing the bills for the end of the month.
I'm good with that.
I don't have anything.
I'm good with it.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, if you're okay with it, I'll go ahead and proceed then. But I am gonna have to check all these numbers against budgets and make sure they work when we get all the bills in for the year. Because we can't have any budget violations.
Anything else?
I think that'll probably get it for me.
You guys got anything?
I don't.
I'll make a motion that we adjourn.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved, second, all in favor?
Aye.